Welcome to the catch-up session. So for today's stream, we're going to clean up a couple of things that were left unfinished from previous streams, mostly from viewer levels, mostly long levels that we didn't manage to finish or where we only hit the first checkpoint and decided to start all over again. We'll see how many clears we get. Usually it's just a handful, just given the nature of the content. We defer to special sessions like this one, but we will return to something that I played a few weeks ago, I think, from Mang. Level with a boot and you jump on fire 3, with an accompanying message of hope and positivity. Let's get back into it, relearn it, see how it goes. So yeah, I think we got decently deep into this one previously. And Natcat, you also had trouble clearing this in your stream? Yeah, I will need to relearn it, given that the last time I played it was, I think, at least 2 or 3 weeks ago, so. I enjoyed this one a lot, I just couldn't finish it at a time. Oh, whoops. Let's, like I said, relearn it step by step. Okay. I'm a little behind pace at this point already. Yeah, no, I need to bounce off this guy, right. So yeah, welcome anyway, Natcat. Hope you're doing well. Okay, going to soften up on a few of these jumps, just so we make sure we do everything right here. Nope. Just a moment's hesitation there in terms of determining where to go. I don't think I made it to the second checkpoint when I played this, but, you know, that's what today's stream is for, so we'll hopefully see that soon enough. Okay. Love this part here. That little hop out. Whoops. Failing on the easy part, of course. Yeah, that bit where you kind of drop slightly onto the boot from the upper jump block, I think is one of the most satisfying jumps I've had in boot levels like this one. Whoops. And hey, Mamuga, welcome. No worries about just passing by. Good to see you, as always. And up we go. You're sleeping now in this hour since you're waking earlier? Yeah. I do assume that as people get out of the pandemic, that a lot of schedules are going to change, and that it's going to affect my stream in particular, just because of the times when I tend to run, so we'll have to adjust as well, just to see how the viewer base is going to go. I mean, this was originally just sort of a temporary time so I could stream at all, because I'd taken a few months off and was really just unable to find any time in the day. But then it just became the normal time. I need a higher bounce. And are you saying that audio is off again? Yeah, we'll check. Glitch. So we're mostly just running unfinished levels today. If that's one that I still hadn't cleared from you, I might be able to do it after this one. This one might take a while, though. So it's not officially the viewer queue, but I am trying to clean up some stuff that I hadn't finished. Okay, that's your maker ID. Great. I don't know if you'll be able to stay long enough, because, like I said, this one might take quite a long time, but I will try to pull yours up anyway, probably. So, yeah, we'll see, because I don't know if I can do this one in an hour. Hence why I try to do a catch-up stream, but I might look at one of yours if I have time anyway, and even if you're not here, I can send you the VOD afterwards. Just give me a moment, because I'm going to see if I can get the sound cleaned up a little bit for Mamuga's request. So I'll be back in just a moment. Yeah, thanks for dropping your code anyway. I do like having separate streams from time to time just to make sure we get through some of the harder content that I have to skip out of early, so... And I know I've definitely had a few of yours that I have not finished. Okay. Amuga, let me know if the sound is still glitchy, or if things are okay. Yeah, I might just have to sacrifice a little bit of the video quality on my stream if the problem persists. Oh, whoops. Great, just let me know if there are any additional problems, and I'll try to patch them up quickly. I'm glad somebody notices from time to time when things are not going well on the audio side. But here we go. Love that jump, as I was saying repeatedly. Yeah, nice little pacing section here, just to... yeah, I'm trying to remember what it was I do here. I think I kind of need to lean into the spring, or just not lean anywhere at all. I had figured that jump out last time in terms of how I drop over to the left side. It does involve hitting the trampoline on the right. Whoops, too slow here. Hey, welcome. This might look familiar. Oh, whoops. Yeah, Glitch, you do have to bounce off the saw on the left side. But you do need to bounce off the jump block and sideways trampoline in a certain way in order to be deflected all the way to the left. I think you just do a drop onto it. My angle falling into that was a little bit off that time, so... overshot slightly. Luckily we have this segment here, so we can totally miss. Yeah, Netcat I don't think will go all the way down to 160p, but might turn down the frame rate. I've typically been doing Mario Maker at 60 frames a second just so we can have a nice smooth footage for the makers who come here, but I may have to compromise on that at some point. Just because we're running into so many problems. Or maybe just try a stream with a different encoding quality and see if it's still bearable, or if it's going to be much too fuzzy or pixelated or whatever. There we go. You just fall into it. And up we go. Slip right through. Ah yes, this part here. And I was just a little bit behind pace. I do need to get into that shoe a little bit higher so I can successfully bounce off that set of boos. The issue was that going towards that boot, on the second last boot, on the first set of boos, I took one too many jumps and slowed down a bit. But I do understand a general idea of how to get past that. Actually doing it, of course, is a different challenge entirely. Nope. Okay. Let's get back here. Whoops. Sometimes making some pacing mistakes, but most things here are just entirely, whoops, player triggered, and so we don't fall too far behind by the time we get to the Muncher Muncher trampoline segment. That allows me to get back on pace. I think so, anyway. So it's okay if it's not perfect. I mean, there's going to be a little bit of variability to the jump height anyway, and that's going to affect some of our timings. But as long as we can get here in a fairly regular fashion, I am okay. Drop. Yeah, it's just a straight drop. Not sure if there's a better way to signal something like that, but... Okay. This is a supernova pipe. I actually didn't hit that checkpoint last time I got here, I think. So this is going to be new material now as we get into the downward descent, which will require higher bounces so I can get a lower elevation off the second fire bounce. You wonder why there are one-ways when this is solid ground? Part of it is, let's not start over, part of it is decorative, part of it is also to help you align against certain columns. Like in that segment in the first zone. Let's not start over. Where you have to kind of press against a one-way panel at some point. It's also imposing a bit of a height restriction here for certain jumps, just to kind of... Well, you'll see. I'm looking at the booze segment that's coming up ahead, and I think I know how it's going to work. Let's not start over. Yeah, I know which ones you mean. I think that's partly just decorative. And also for having some one-way panels for entity blockage, if that becomes relevant. Although I don't think that's relevant, given that we were hitting some things out of blocks. Maybe. I'm trying to think about that, because it could be that you just need to place some one-way panels anyway, just to make sure we have everything at entity limit, but... Specifically the 3 under an orange pipe. No, I know which ones you mean. The ones as I drop out here, right? Like these 3 over here. It's partly decorative. I mean, yeah, they just act like ground. But I don't know if there also was some need to have approximately 100 one-way panels in the subworld for some reason. I don't think so, because we're seeing the Podoboos spawn out of blocks. Which implies that we're not entity blocked just yet. Interesting that you can kind of suspend your position by jumping out of the boot a little bit at a time if you are going a little fast. I think there, though, I'm supposed to drop onto these spikes at the bottom and then go. Maybe. We'll take a look at that. Okay. Up seems to imply that I am supposed to jump out of the boot and suspend my position, unless I'm supposed to drop something out of that jump block that I kept skipping over, which may be the case if I'm following a fireball. And yeah, Glitch, that's what I was saying, is that if you have a need to have a certain number of one-way panels anyway, you might as well place them decoratively. But yeah, they are beautiful. I think I actually remarked on that last time I looked at this level, in fact, that I actually quite liked some of the one-way panel placement. Okay, I don't think I need anything there, but this is the general idea, that I think I need to suspend my position on the boot to allow the auto-scroll to catch up. I think that's the idea. Like, you just jump out of this. That's fantastic. I have not seen that before, except I think I need to keep the boot, probably by dropping fire somewhere. I think I needed to hit the jump block to drop fire, now that I'm looking at it carefully. Yeah, and Glitch, in this case, there's really no confusion when it comes to those extraneous one-way panels anyway. It's not like they make the screen too busy, which is usually the problem with one-way panels. That it's very hard to make them look nice, I think, because I've always found, even since they were revealed for Super Mario Maker 1, that we needed to hit that block just to drop fire. Drop fire under that vertical column. But even when they were revealed for Super Mario Maker on a Wii U, I always found that the one-way panels looked very out of place with the Mario artwork. They were kind of excessively functional. No, we need to hit this. I keep missing it. We absolutely need to hit this. Kind of cool to do that sort of suspended fall on top of the boot, though. Love how everything lines up to just make that happen. There we go. Let's do that and miss, but that is the general idea. I think you just kind of keep pace with the fire with shorter hops out of the boot just to maintain some control over the pacing. Or maybe it's just tuned around one really long jump. Let's tap that for once. There we go. See? Beautiful. Nope. I suppose that throwing marker is probably just a boot drop. But we'll see. That's where you throw down with the rest of the level. Love that one-up mushroom activation, by the way, for the initial drop. Very good idea. Because you've got your 3 one-up mushrooms for endless right there. Okay. Bounce. A little low that time. Yeah, we'll eventually find, I think, some kind of optimal pattern to do that properly. I don't know how I took so long to get to checkpoint 1 the last time I played this, or not even get to checkpoint 1, but get to the boo drops. Sometimes I play decently, and sometimes I get stuck on things, so always very difficult to say what's going to happen. But we will drop down once again. Pop that. Pop that. No, too many. 2 jumps should be it, actually. I think we want to do maybe 2 high jumps out of the boot. And yeah, Mang, that is one big sploosh, for sure. Not so much of a kaboom. Definitely sploosh. Whoops. Definitely been enjoying how many vertical drops we've been seeing lately. Which, yeah. Something I definitely associate with a few other makers as well, I mean. This is going to be a miss. But we played a couple of Mang levels with the vertical drop subworld lately, and a lot of them have been quite interesting. Yeah, the applesauce, Electrodude, I guess will have to come later. Whoops. Right now, we're just working with tomato-based products because they go well with spaghetti. Not that applesauce doesn't. Okay, let's go 2 jumps this time and... Oh, no. A little bit off angle. I think it was the right idea, but I need to find a slightly better place to be aligning that when I'm not off screen and trying to land accurately back in the boot. Up we go. Miss. Okay. Well, it does allow you to fall quickly into the abyss. And whoops. Applesauce and spaghetti does not sound like a combo that would work, yeah. Feels like that's the beginning of, I don't know, the Iliad or something. Fighting wars in the era of antiquity over apples that were illicitly seized for the purpose of courting Helen of Troy with spaghetti and applesauce. Makes sense to me. You never know until you try. Oh, I don't know about that. While I think that's probably true, it does seem like there are some sort of intuitive principles to what tastes go together. Like if you actually know much about cooking, which I don't, you can kind of have an intuitive sense of which elements will harmonize with each other properly, but on the other hand, I think the philosophy of you never know until you try actually applies quite well to creating a lot of levels with the ideas like you see in this one here, in Mang's set. So for example, you never know if Supernova is actually going to boo your level until you try. Okay. Yeah, got a little bit jammed up off screen there, just a little bit slowly. He didn't boo, yeah, but I know he probably just avoided liking it or something, right? Just given that that had happened to some other level of yours before. Whoops. Not a good location for that. Okay. Love how you placed it at the checkpoint too, so, you know, you would just inflict it on the audience over and over. So there's absolutely no question that they would notice this thing. Okay. A little bit behind pace here, as you can see. We'll get that fixed up somehow. Okay. Not too slow there. You redeemed a channel point reward in the channel of a friend before, and you asked him to make a level purely based on naked pipes. I mean, serves him right for having that kind of channel point reward, but I don't know. I mean, if you trust him as a maker to actually make something good out of it, I think it's quite possible. It won't be pretty, but, you know, you would have certain pipe arrangements that are possible with the geometries that come from allowing yourself to do naked pipes, or, in this case, pipes that are halfway in a state of undress. Nope. Still have to time that out a little bit better. I think 2 nice long jumps are going to do fine, but I need to let myself drop a little further so I can actually see my camera position and adjust accordingly. Okay. It took a little bit too long there on the first drop on the right side. Yeah, Electrodude is, Maker is somebody that you've recommended to me before, or is this somebody else? Whoops. Because it seems like you've collected a number of interesting makers that I still have to catch up on in time. Yeah, I was originally thinking of doing a Super World for this stream since it has been a few weeks, but I think I do want to get some of this out of the way first. Otherwise we'll just have to... Whoops! Oh, I thought I was dropping back in and I just missed. The timing was right, dropping back into the last boot was... Or rather, doing the last drop into the boot was not so accurate. Yeah, fell a little bit behind there. I actually do like that I have to trust my own judgment here when it comes to jumping out of the boot and finding a pattern that's actually going to work in terms of adjusting my bounce height. I think the level actually gives you enough time to react to that without feeling like you're always improvising. I need to fall back into the boot accurately. I was a little bit eager to get that timing down. Yeah, dropping a code into Discord would be great. Especially because I do want to do more Maker feature streams at some point, just to get through more lists and super worlds that I've been neglecting. I just do it once every week or two. It's not something I will ever get done. In terms of the ideas that I've had for things I want to stream, so... Okay. Third adjustment was not great. I think I will do that with 3 jumps, but I need to shorten some of them. I just need to find a better reaction timing when I'm on screen and not just falling off. I should in fact let myself outpace the fire slightly, so I have an adjustment jump that's available when I'm totally on screen. Like this, outpace it a bit, then get back on pace, and that was almost right. But I should in fact get ahead of it slightly, just so I am completely on camera and can adjust my expectations accordingly. There we go. Much better, you see? Nope, didn't manage to fall back into that accurately, and the boot does not conserve my forward momentum. When it drops, it just drops. And so that's something I do need to keep in mind. Okay, down we go. No, third jump could have done with a little bit more space. Even the second one, I think. But yeah, 3 jumps there that are sort of medium-ish are probably fine, as long as I leave myself some room for adjustment on the last one. No, one of those was still a little bit too short. I like the idea, though. I have not seen something quite like this in vertical autoscroll before, in terms of using jumps off boots, Yoshis, etc. as a pacing tool. And as a pacing tool where I've got a lot of flexibility in terms of determining my own drop based on what's going to work. Yeah, it is something that works with the Bone Shell and Yoshi, of course. And we've done a drop level with Bones from Mang before, but not quite the same concept as what we see here in terms of suspending my position. Oops. A little bit late there. Bounced on top of that spike on the top corner. Yeah, we'll see if we can do a slightly better job with this. And forward we go. There we go. Nope, still a little bit late, but that's okay, because I will, in fact, get that, and I'm just too late on the whole thing. I think I am supposed to drop the boot there on the marker, but I'm not entirely certain. Okay, let's buy a little bit more time just by shortening some of the jumps in the early segment. Yeah, much better positioning on the camera this time. Okay, that's how it's going to work, is I need to get out of the one-way panels on the right side so I can loop around and drop back into the boot. hence the one-way panel placement. Which incidentally does actually line up with the 3 one-way panels up here. Kind of. Yeah, they're just meant to be connective elements, I see now. That aesthetically, these ones on top of you just kind of follow the metallic cord in the background. They lead to other one-way panels down below. Let's try to do that at a slightly better pace, just so I can get ahead of the scroll a little bit relative to how I'm doing currently. That seemed to be what was responsible for the best attempt so far. That I was able to get out of this quickly. And this as well. With plenty of space left on the camera, I need slightly more of a jump there. So yeah, I'll be running into that corner on the left, I'll be dropping a boot, and then I'll be running around the blue platform down below in order to drop back onto the new boot that we spawn down the left column. Trying to cut too many corners here. So yeah, here we go, whoops. I'm sure as Nintendo people that a lot of you are looking ahead to what's going on with the E3 Direct next week, next Tuesday. We might do something in conjunction with that. We'll at least do a stream after that day, I think. That's the current plan. Not sure yet what I'll play for it, but might just be more Mario Maker, might be something else. But just so we have a chance to have a post E3 Direct stream in some capacity. That's going to be on the agenda next week. And of course, Game Builder Garage is out this weekend. I have not picked it up because frankly I don't have room in my life for it right now, but if any of you have been looking into that as people for Mario Maker, you'll have to let me know how that goes. It'll be interesting to see if it is really a fit at all for any kind of streaming scene in terms of people getting a chance to see each other's creations. Okay, that was a bit too early. I am able to jump on the right side there. I don't think I get on top of fire. I have to get out of the boot, lower the platform because it's going to drop a muncher onto another block. That next block is going to give me more fire. I drop back onto the boot, then I jump on a fire that spawns on the right side. That's how it's going to go. I'm sure my description will make more sense when I go back to that. Glitch, I don't know yet if I'll get Game Maker Garage. Like I said, it is out today, and so I may actually see if other people are streaming it, particularly people I know from the Maker scene. But, I mean, I'm very interested in it conceptually. It seems to be more of a teaching tool, something that's a little more educationally focused, and also something that was spun off of the Nintendo Labo cardboard kits. I mean, I think a lot of people who are, very serious about designing games independently, like, they're likely to want to be using more powerful tools anyway, but I think in general that most Maker games or software packages do need a kind of common language for players to really succeed in terms of having a lot of engagement with player content, and so you can't do better than Mario for that. I think that's part of why Mario Maker was in some ways the dream game as a concept. That we already just kind of have this standard language for how to engage with 2D platforming, and then now we can really push this engine to its limits in terms of what kind of platforming we can do within those constraints. Natcat, you wonder if it'll be similar to Scratch? Yeah, I definitely seen some people mention that comparison. But no, it'll definitely be interesting to see if it gains much traction as a good introductory teaching tool. I did used to teach some introductory game engine stuff to people who were still in school. And yeah, definitely it would have been nice to have much more elegant tools at the time, so they wouldn't have to fight with a very fragile engine that we were exposing them to at the time. You know, just to make sure you get people introduced to basics of input-output logic. And modular design without getting too bogged down in finer points of documentation or things that can generally go buggy, you know, just to have something that's going to be polished enough to work out of the box. That's what I always appreciated about Mario Maker itself, actually, is that it had a lot of the pleasures of programming, but without the annoying stuff. And yeah, no, we, so it was, without giving away too much, it was kind of for a science and engineering rather summer camp program. This was many, many years ago. And this was kind of in the era when Flash was still really dominant, which tells you how long ago it was. And so there was a series of courses in, you know, introduction to building games that were very simple in a way, because you just have to do them for people with very limited programming experience who just have dreams for things that they want to make that are very fancy. And so there were things like, you know, introductory courses in Flash and things like that, but we were also trying to introduce a package for like a 3D engine where you could really run around with your avatar in a 3D space and program movable platforms and character scaling effects and all that, and manipulate terrain. This was also before Unity, and so, you know, things were just much less elegant. And this was also before Scratch really caught on. And it would have been nice to have that. But sometimes there are some, you know, limitations on what you can realistically license. Like, in a context of doing some kind of instructional programming like that, it's very unlikely that you would actually have schools place an order for something like Game Builder Garage, because you would need so many Nintendo Switches to do that, right? Like, you can't just use your existing PC infrastructure. And so I think it's much more of a home consumer thing, in a way, you know, just something to show a kid at home. Like, you can't really build too much of an instructional environment around that simply because it is something very hardware dependent. Like, you're not going to order 20 or 30 switches just to support a classroom, right? Yeah, I don't do anything in that field anymore, for those who are curious. So I'm not up to date on it at all. But and Electrodude, about those limitations, yeah, I did hear that the sharing is just based on some kind of code system, that it isn't just something you can browse randomly. Not that I ever browse randomly in Maker either. I didn't know about the year expiry thing, though. Like I said, I don't think it's something that's really built for any kind of big networked community in mind. I think it's clearly, you know, when Nintendo overtly markets things as this is for younger or more introductory audiences, they really mean it. Because most of the time when they build stuff that is targeted at children, they don't really market it for children specifically. Like if you look at, say, the Yoshi games or Art Academy or things like that. Like in some sense they're aimed at younger audiences, but they don't tell you that. And so when they actually tell you that, like with Game Builder Garage, they are setting expectations. In the same way that they do with something like Nintendo Labo, for instance. Where, you know, the marketing for Labo was very conspicuously separate from the rest of the Nintendo brand, and it was not integrated with existing Nintendo IPs for a reason. So, for that reason, I wasn't really expecting too much of Game Builder Garage as, you know, more of a power user, I guess. In that, I mean, I don't want to write it off or anything. I'm just saying that, like, I wasn't just going to jump into it blind when most of the things that I would want to do with it, I would either do elsewhere or in Mario Maker, where I already don't publish nearly enough. Yeah, one jump will do it there. Nice short jump here. Let's fall all the way in. Drop this for fire. And this is going to be a little bit low. I expected something like that to be the exit. Or at least the next jump. I didn't know if it would be the exit necessarily, but I thought when I saw that falling platform for the first time that that would be the next interaction, and it looks like I was correct. So, full credit to the level for being very readable by that point, in terms of the concept being very self-explanatory. But yeah, that's going to be near the end of the drop. I don't know if there's much of a horizontal section afterwards, but we'll see in just a moment. Yeah, still having some issues with anticipating the horizontal movement too early and not dropping back into the boot. If I kind of hug the wall, I avoid that issue, but the problem with hugging the wall is that I might not get the bounce with a good timing that gives me enough headroom to get out of there. Like, it's not a very good angle to be bouncing on the fire when trying to make it over the next obstacle, so we'll just get back to that and see if we can clean that up somewhat. Whoops. If you do too small a jump out of the boot, you can't get back in. Yeah. That makes sense. I think that's partly what was going on, but I think I was also moving a bit sideways at some point. But, of course, you're watching this on video and you know your own level, I think. If that's the problem, that's the problem. And then, whoops. Yeah, because sometimes I was doing a bit of an emergency adjustment at the end. And I could see why that would lead to some spacing issues. Okay, down we go. Yeah, I should take that arrow a little more seriously as a target. Very cost-efficient initial setup for the boot. Just to bomb the Goomba out of the way. Whoops. Yeah, once again. I need to make sure I drop back into the boot on the third bounce. It's definitely a common mistake I'm making. There we go. Yeah, one bounce will be enough. Over there, what happened here? Oh, okay. That was an interesting death location. I didn't think I was going to have a camera death or anything at that point, but I guess... Yeah, wasn't paying too much attention to what the one-way panels were doing for me there. One big jump. And yeah, we were just squished by the screen. It just felt like I was on screen at that point, that's all. So, I was a bit surprised. One-way panels there are, of course, pointing down, so that would not have been the issue, but... Oops. What do I want to see for E3? The same answer I give every year. Beautiful Joe 3. We're not going to get it, but I don't expect it's ever happening. No, out of Nintendo, though, out of first-party Nintendo, that's a good question. I think, speaking of Kamiya games, that it is time for Bayonetta 3 to show her face. I'm really excited about this Donkey Kong rumor that has been floating around. I usually don't take the Nintendo rumor mill very seriously, but this is something I just want to be true, which is the thing people have been talking about recently with the 3D Mario team, which kind of originated in its modern form back in Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, coming back to Donkey Kong and doing like a non-country Donkey Kong anniversary game. I love Donkey Kong Country, but it's been a while since we've seen like DK really kind of lean into classic DK. And there could not possibly be a better division within Nintendo to do that. Well, checkpoint 2. Okay, that's going to be big stiletto and a stop. Right, because it's a door exit, not a pipe exit. Hence, the right half of the vertical section, as you can tell by the wall. Yeah, I need to do this a little bit better in terms of getting over to one-way panel. Whoops. Yeah, no, need a nice high jump. I was not reading the one-way panels very accurately, but we are going to survive a little bit off-screen before we get smushed. Oh, I see. I'm jumping too early, and I'm not actually making over to tip. Yeah, obviously there's been a rumor floating around for some time about a new 2D Metroid, prospectively by the team that made Samus Returns. I don't know how seriously to take that, because once again, it's just one of those things that's been floating around the Nintendo rumor mill for ages, and sometimes a lot of those things just really don't pan out. Okay, we just need to bounce there. We don't need to do much more, because we just need the boot to drop through to one-way panels. But yeah, out of a lot of the sort of outstanding debts from Nintendo in terms of stuff we haven't seen yet that was said to have existed, or said to exist in some form years ago, you've got a couple of them to choose from. You've got Zelda, you've got Metroid Prime 4, which is not going to be anytime soon. You've got Bayonetta, and you've got, you know, Splatoon 3 and so on. I actually think of that set that Splatoon 3 is probably going to arrive much earlier than people realize. I think people don't necessarily think about it in those terms simply because it was announced so much more recently than the other ones. And so Nintendo hasn't been sitting on the announcement for years and years or anything. They just unveiled it a few months ago. But I think there's actually a decent chance that Splatoon 3 is just going to make it to market before either Metroid or Zelda do. Whoops. Yeah, we need an additional... Oh, no, we don't. Except now I'm going to be a little bit late, I think. Nice. Really like this idea here. Seems like we barely scraped by, but... okay, boss time. I need to stomp next to him, I think, to damage him. Very nice, actually. You just need a single stomp for the crush. Nice idea. Now here's another supernova pipe. Let's not fall into the gap and die. Hey, I love how the naked pipes actually match. Anyway, this being a Mang level, let's do this little boom boom bonus segment. This has got to be hard mode, right? Like this yellow pipe here, or is it just a boot pipe? Let's get rid of boom boom first, and we'll... Uh-oh. Bad idea. Bad idea. Okay. Let's check it. No, nothing. Yeah, I hit this block here and was thinking, okay, you've got to be kidding me. And luckily, you were kidding me. So yeah, okay, didn't go nearly as badly as the last time I played that. Fantastic ending. Fantastic ending. So originally the next thing I was going to do was the more recent Mang one, but Glitch dropped me a code earlier and reminded me that I do have some unfinished business from Glitch as well, so we'll do that one first. Redbeard, welcome. Redbeard, I don't know if you've been able to show off your announcement level yet, but if you have, I hope it went over very well. We were actually still talking about that level a few streams ago because it was just a very memorable spin on the escape room concept. So yeah, Glitch, let me just punch in your code quickly. Yeah, because there was some ending to a Glitch level that I had not actually made it up to yet. Red alert, run. Yeah, we did a whole bunch of this. Hammer dash, I think. Right, because this was the one where the jump at the very end was killing me. Unless there was another one recently that I hadn't finished. I think that's the one I'm thinking of, yeah. Because that's getting back into Gunhead territory. Let's do it. This is what this stream is for, so. You make it to the end using nothing but your wits and a hammer. And Captain Redbeard is happening this weekend. Okay, do enjoy it. And do let us know how it goes. I think we're all eager to hear about that. Whoops. It's one of the very rare levels, Redbeard, that I was actually talking about afterwards to people in my household who don't play Mario Maker at all. Because, you know, it's very easy to explain what the appeal of that concept is, right? So, box goes in there, right? Yes. Yes, because box goes in there, bounces that, hits the switch. Okay, we're just relearning this slowly, so. Momentarily saying, you finished up the 10th anniversary secret achievements. Do you mean the ones in the campaign that they added with patch 5.0? I still have to do those. I'm hoping to run campaign again sometime, but I just haven't in a long time. Whoops. Yeah, because I know they added a whole bunch of the achievements there, and I always loved the achievement design in StarCraft 2. That to me was always kind of the ideal achievement system. Like, not the stuff where you grind for portraits, but all the things that totally change up the way you play the campaign. And also encourage you to steadily scale up in difficulty. What is this again? This was... Got an on-off switch to the left here. Oh yeah, no, you whack this with a hammer and the bullet fires to the left, okay. Reading a little bit slowly today, considering I did this many weeks ago. Many weeks ago. We had done it. It was, as I recall, the final jump in the level that was killing me. We got most of this concept down. Okay. Let's whack this. Whack this. And will it hit in time? Yes, it will. No, it won't. Need to hit a bit more accurately here to get both blocks. Okay. And here we go. So yeah, momentarily saying there's actually still a lot of the mastery achievements on hard in Heart of the Swarm and Legacy of the Void that I've never done. I did everything in the first game except for Lost Vikings, obviously. But in terms of the actual campaign hard mode achievements, like I did everything in the Terran campaign, but never actually went back to finish it in Zerg and Protoss, and that's something I've just been meaning to do for ages. And the Nova campaign too, of course. Like I've done everything on hard, but not everything on brutal. And here we go. I should really go back to that, but I think I need a new mouse. It's been so long since I've played anything with the mouse, actually, just given that well, StarCraft and more recently Factorio were the main things I was playing on the PC side, but those I just haven't really touched much at all since Mario Maker 2 came out, because at any given point there's only really room for one game in my life to be like the constant game that's always there in the background, and which I'm going back to week after week. And that's been Mario Maker for quite some time now. Apart from the few months when I was not streaming. Earlier in the pandemic. Your games tend to shift and you glitch? Yeah, I usually have kind of one background game and one game on rotation. Okay. Let's whack this. There we go, just in time. That's slightly tight, but we'll deal with it. No, I needed to drop a crate here, I think. Yeah, I think I need to drop a crate here, unless I go up top. No, I can't drop a crate there, because the swamp will... Yeah, no, I actually discovered this the last time I played the level. I remember that I tried it with a crate, and I realized, okay, the swamp is never going to give me enough space to have a safe landing there, so I actually do just need to squeeze my way across the top. Drop a swamp before the... Okay. Yeah, I have to reread that and just relearn it. Whoops. But yeah, so at any given time, I usually just have 2 games that are active. Not counting Scrabble, of course. I mean video games. Hey. So yeah, it's usually just been Mario Maker plus some other thing. Usually off stream, but sometimes I've been streaming some other content here as well. Whoops. But yeah, definitely one thing that, of course, has been peculiar to the pandemic is that because of the uncertainty around development schedules. So pretty much everything Nintendo has announced has been on about 2 months' notice. And there have been fairly few new games, of course, but for planning purposes, it'll be nice to potentially have some release dates or windows that are, say, on a 5 or 6 month time scale. That would be much better, I think. Whoops. Missed that. Why would we need the crate here, though? I don't quite see... Oh, I see. Okay, okay, because... drops here, the thwomp slides past, and whatever you dump falls into the bottom. Yes, okay. So I guess the gap is meant to just discourage you from trying to get into the pipe yourself, but... Whoops. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I need to get back there and once again just relearn that segment. You wish that part wasn't so tight? Yeah. I'll have to go back there. And yeah, it's very true. That's often with a lot of concepts like this that... Oh, balancing around a screen scroll. And balancing around, by the way, the bullet just hitting the icicle is something that is sort of tricky when you don't have that much control over the player's pace. Also, notice the time limit on this. That you start with 50 seconds on the clock, and so that's there, I think, to prevent any kind of doubling back in certain segments. I don't think that's necessarily going to be relevant, but I feel like I had some kind of timer-related problem with the ending the last time I played this. Whoops. Okay. Nope, too late. Yeah, I remember having some kind of issue there. I don't remember what the issue was, but I do recall getting pretty far in this before deciding to call it quits. Okay, so let's do this again. Jump ahead a bit just to... Whoops, not that far ahead. Yeah, I need to get ahead of the thwomp slightly just so we can interact with the blaster as soon as possible. Okay, let's go through here. And okay, gonna whack this again. Oh yeah, forgot what I told myself to do, which is get ahead slightly and dodge the icicle. Okay, here we go. Nope. So yeah, I just need to piece this back together one element at a time. And we'll gradually get there. Nope. Cool thing is you can slow the thwomp down by throwing a crate in the lava. I think that might be a bad idea if I get into trouble with the timer though, right? Like, I mean, I can do that, and that would be an interesting concept for a different level, but for this one I'd be worried about what that would do to my pacing, given that part of the pacing of this level is controlled by the thwomp, and the timer actually is going to matter by the looks of it. But that would be an interesting concept to play with for some other design, for sure. Like a slow to thwomp level would be great. Okay, I'm gonna get that down. Oh, I need to drop something here, right? If I don't, then what happens? Then no crate comes by to lift that switch. Yeah, that's right. That's right, this was a visibility thing. And I remember running into it. Yeah, hence why you drop a crate there. The thwomp gets out of the way. That will time the crate drop down to the lava. I think the reason why that is not that visible. I mean, obviously you have a mechanism under the lava to project the crate into the sideways pipe entrance. But because you can't actually see under the lava as the player, you don't necessarily know that's what's going to happen. It's very clear once you get a little further that it's going to be the same crate activation mechanism on the gate that you see at the beginning of the level. But initially, I think a lot of people would not understand that on the first attempt for sure. And yeah, it is an interesting design problem to think about how to signal that when you're a little restricted by the speed of the thwomp, which is guiding how all the camera positioning is going to work here. I do wonder if some things would have worked slightly better with auto-scroll, just so you can see ahead of yourself as much as possible, because then you could at least have the thwomp sailing sort of on the left side of the screen rather than dead center, right? Like, if you actually did have it aligned to a custom scroll, I mean, obviously that would add a lot of other complications that you might not want, but since the thwomp is always going to regulate Mario's speed, some additional camera control would give you maximum visibility by moving the thwomp all the way to the left, is what I'm saying. Because in general, you know, all of the real estate behind the thwomp to the left is not really relevant anymore. Because you never really have to interact with anything behind you, right? I don't know, I mean, this level is fine as is from what we've seen, I'm just saying. For future similar designs, maybe that's an interesting consideration. Yeah, because definitely camera visibility ahead of the thwomp is one thing that I really have to play around here. Oops, a little too soon. And yeah, you've made 3 Thwomp Escort levels at this point in 3D World. I remember that I had a bit of a sticking point with visibility in one of the other ones too. Near the ending of one of the other ones, where I kept on failing over and over and over. But yeah, I see what you're doing there with the crates slowing the thwomp in that segment. That's how you are getting that lined up. Okay. No, a little bit late there. Thankfully got back in order. Whoa, no, I need to smack my way across it before the thwomp hits the switch. That is something fairly visible, so I'll try to do it. Okay. And yeah, we'll just do this. Yeah, I mean, the Thwomp Lava Escort is fundamentally a pretty interesting concept just because of the slow drag. So I'm not surprised that you got this much mileage out of it. Okay. Alright, there we go. Wait. What happened there? That the... Okay, no, because the Thwomp dies. I'm actually okay, I think. The issue is that because of the buzzing sound from killing the Thwomp, which of course has a very clear purpose for the whole level up to that point, I was caught off guard when the Thwomp actually died because I was looking at that and thinking, okay, there's no way you can actually keep it alive at the point, right? It's just going to kill itself on the switch. But it did make me temporarily hesitate and look at that just to see what was going on. Whoops. Yeah, no, I totally understand what you're doing with the effect there. I think maybe just even overlaying it with a second sound effect might have mitigated it slightly, but it does catch me a bit off guard. And yeah, I'm just kind of wondering if there's a better way to do that. I mean, at that point, you don't really have to kill the Thwomp, right? Like, it's okay if the Thwomp hits the wall and goes backwards, because at that point the timer's tight enough that that's never going to be relevant. But you also don't want the player to think that something has gone wrong with the Thwomp having hit a wall, which is a failure condition everywhere else up to that point, right? So I think it's a difficult decision to make as a designer. Terrible jump. Yeah, I see what's going on here. That's... Yes, I remember having trouble with this. Because you need to long jump over, and then you need to be in midair when the on-off switch activates, which is a really tight window. Like, you need to be in the middle of your jump when the switch hits. And I remember that last time I had no idea how to actually plan for that. Because... yeah, it's very difficult to anticipate what the timing is going to be there. But yeah, I remember now that that was the thing that gave me the most trouble. Yeah, that's very true, that you don't want an accidental secondary trigger of the side Thwomp. That's a very good point. But when the Thwomp is kind of in its backwards retreating state, right? Like, I don't know if that's a bug that's going to occur. Because if the Thwomp hits the on-off switch, which it'll need to do, at that point it's just going to get into its backwards restoring motion, right? Yeah, we'll see, because it seems like there's a very specific timing that you're looking for from the player, and I don't think I know what that is yet. You know, you just told me. Okay. But yeah, we'll try to make that work. I think I can get there somewhat consistently, so we hopefully won't take too long to sort out the earlier segments on our way back there. Okay, actually hitting that accurately for once. The earlier the better. Okay. Doing okay here. We'll just hug the ground tiles there just to get in position. Nope. Yeah, this is going to be quite something. That ending. Yeah, but we'll see. Like I said last time, I don't know if that's a good concept for the ending. Especially when you have a clear condition attached to not taking damage. But we'll try to deal with it and find that pocket of timing that will give me success. Whoops. There are walls to make it stop sooner than the start of the level. Okay, I see. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, like I said, I should be able to get back there somewhat consistently. And so, we'll just map it out until the timing is down. Yeah, sometimes I think, you know, the most difficult thing as a maker is to let go of the thing that's really cool. If it's going to lead to a little too much unreliability from people who don't know in advance how it's supposed to look. But like I said, we'll try to do it. I definitely wouldn't have tried to sit through doing that specific part in viewer levels, which is why I had to bail on this last time, but I don't mind working on it now, so But it does seem like, I mean, you know, overall this level definitely has its little pockets of precision when it comes to timing. Very time-sensitive tasks, so it's not out of line with the difficulty that you've already established. It's just that it's a very different kind of challenge than what the level has been testing so far. Well, apart from understanding the crate switch activation timing, of course, which, you know, if you can read that accurately and anticipate when the switch activation is going to be, then that should work out fine. Okay. I'm behind. Okay. Nope. This is a pretty tight corner, too. That's the thing. Like, this block here, I guess it is built specifically to enforce a long jump, but I haven't actually made it past that corner yet without taking damage, at least in this series of attempts. Whoops. Okay, we'll see. Whoops. I mean, I guess that's also a consideration of building levels around a very specific timer. Since you're going to be working in those 10-second increments. I mean, I've never actually made a level with a tight timer myself, but from having played a lot of them, I can sometimes see when there are just extra elements of that nature that are used purely for pacing, and which are very difficult to revise because they are fitting inside the timer in a very specific way, right? And it is hard to replace something like that if you need the time limit to work out with exactly the kind of comfort level you're going for. So let's get on top of this thing here. Toss this. Nope, that was a miss. Tried to jump out of that too early. Yeah, you don't have to rush until you throw the crate, and you have 2 or 3 seconds. Yeah, I can tell that, of course, after the thwomp hits the on-off switch and dies, the final timing is totally triggered by me, with no other external moving parts, right? So it was just a matter of understanding how much flexibility I had before running into timer trouble for the flagpole. Whoops. And so, Electrodude, so you have beaten this one already. Okay. Assuming that's the thing you're confirming about the timing. Okay, smack this quickly, get out of the way. And here we are. There we go. That almost went badly. And that did go badly. Just a little bit too far behind. Okay, so you're confirming something else, then. Let's start over. 43-second record, I see. So, yeah, that's definitely not tight then if it's that much of a world record under 50. It's actually fairly roomy, in fact. You can confirm that even the slightest change can throw off stuff in a speedrun, yeah. It's funny that sometimes, you know, a tight time limit, like not super tight within a few frames, but I'm saying a tight within, say, a second, can sometimes be a bit of a show of confidence in something like a 20 or 40 second speedrun level. In that, I should actually just hit the higher position there so I can drop down gracefully without being smushed. In that, you know that at least the pattern is going to be reliable and not have too much room for variance. It depends on the style of speedrun level, obviously. I mean, sometimes tight is just tight. But sometimes you look at the time limit and it can actually be good news. That's what I'm getting at. And okay. Nope. Terrible throw. Their check time is 45 seconds, yeah. Somebody did get ahead of that, as we saw on the record screen. Okay, forward we go. And up. Okay, and forward. Okay, I'm throwing a little bit too late now. Previously bunching up against that strip of ground seemed to be fine in terms of giving me the right throwing height and distance, but I can't be pressed right up against the edge because then I have that collision issue that knocks the crate somewhere totally different, as we just saw. Yeah, Street Route 43. Yeah, it's nice to have streamers like Street Rat who are very technically capable, but also like doing puzzles. There aren't a lot of streamers in that category, for sure. I can't really catch him all that often on his stream times, but he's a very fun player to watch, as I think many of you are aware. And okay. Here we go. The Grokowski collab level was perfect for him? Yeah, exactly. Right in the pocket of that combination of skills. Yeah, no. Still have to account for the hammer lag time there. And get ahead of the thwomp slightly faster. Yeah, I definitely think the responsiveness of the hammer power-up, especially how it interferes with a dash, was maybe a bit of a disappointment in terms of how it was implemented. And that's one of the things I mean when I'm talking about how Nintendo's patches of additional content into Maker 2 seem to get better and better with time, because when it first started out, like a lot of the stuff like the Super Ball and the Hammer Suit, which were campaign bonuses, it's easy to get now, are surprisingly clunky. They're great ideas, they fill in a very necessary design space, and the interaction is just so sluggish. And they don't really feel like mainline Mario power-ups because of that, that they don't have that same snappiness of response. But yeah, then they patched in stuff like Link and SMB2, and it's a real good show of faith in their ability to design power-ups. And the P-Balloon, for that matter, even though the P-Balloon is technically a reworked existing concept. Nope, too late. Way too late. Not even close. Okay, let's try this again. And pop this. Pop this. Okay. Okay, this is going okay. I do need to go fast, not that fast. You'd argue that the Super Ball isn't really clunky but underused. It's both. It's totally underused. But I do think that conceptually there are some things that are limited about it simply because of the... not only the cooldown time on a projectile, but also... Well, there's the cooldown time on firing the projectile, and there's also the time it takes to just watch the thing bounce around before you can interact any further, right? I think the Super Ball would be more widely used if it were not so restrictive in terms of pacing. And it's the same way with the hammer as well. The hammer is incredibly flexible. I don't think that things like the crates have really even been used enough in terms of advanced puzzle concepts and such, especially with all the janky collision logic that you see in 3D World. I think there's tons of potential in the hammer, it's just that it's not that fun to play sometimes. It's okay for the most part in this level, but you do have to account for the lag time, obviously, with the strike. And also some motions like that. And yeah, glitch, that's always a great idea, I think, in terms of motivating the creation of a level, that you find the things in the game that are underused or often poorly used. I feel like that still applies to a number of things in 3D World. I still feel like, you know, in the time since I released my Goomba Hat level sort of 3 days into patch... not 3 days, but maybe a week, less than a week into patch 3.0, I still, to this day, have not seen that many good Goomba levels that really understand how much you can do with it. Oh, so you see, hammer lag is just going to kill me here. Because, yeah, once I threw the crate, I stalled myself with a hammer strike when I was trying to repress dash. And that was enough to get me into trouble. And that's a big issue with the hammer, is that if you kind of habitually just get back onto the dash button, like I do, then you just slow yourself down everywhere. Because you have to do that strike and then you start running. Glitch, have I played your Goomba Hat level? I think I might have. I might have commented on it at the time, actually. That was just a very rare Goomba Hat level that actually uses it. I think I've played yours, but I can check the list afterwards and see. And you can check, of course, yeah. If I haven't, try to catch me with it this weekend for sure, but I think I have. Like, I would definitely have noticed it. Given how much I tend to talk about the Goomba Hat being underused. Okay. Nope, took a hit right at the end because I was actually slightly too fast. Yeah, given the really tight spacing on the flagpole landing, I think the ending is kind of a little bit punishing in terms of not really giving you any flexibility in terms of being slightly early or slightly late, because there's just no safe landing zone by the flag, right? And moreover, I think sometimes there's a bit more flexibility to work with when you have a larger span of height to be falling onto the flag. You know, a bit more of an open space, so it's less claustrophobic. Because it is enforcing a very specific timing, which at that point I don't think I really have that much control over. I mean, I can watch the crate as it comes up the pipe, but we'll see how much control I can actually assert over that in terms of responding to the crate timing. But we'll see about that. Whoops. Nope, same mistake. I've not played it. Okay, okay. I have to play it then. Yeah, would love to take a look for sure. I think it probably is the most underrated power-up in the game, given how rarely I see it. And how often people just use it as a flaunt check or something without thinking very hard about all the different possible interactions. Alright, let's get this going. Nope, that was just a total miss. So yeah, we'll see how many clears we actually get done today. Having run a few of these catch-up streams before, since they do tend to focus on longer and harder levels, I'm sometimes lucky just to get 3 or 4 clears, and that's going to be something I'll be quite satisfied with if we can do it. This is, of course, just going to be the second clear of this session when I do, in fact, get it. But, yeah, up here, there we go. Actually got this throw for once. There we go, that's clear. Yeah, I was watching the crate a little bit more carefully at that time instead of watching myself. Because I realized that if I was getting to the flag a little bit too early, that meant I had a bit of time to stall and watch the switch activation. That's a really tight timing, though. I didn't know if I would do it. But yeah, that seemed to be the only adjustment we needed, and I also finished at around 45, which makes sense given that I had a bit of lag time before throwing the crate at the end. So yeah, thank you for that, Glitch. Very glad to get back into this one and wrap it up. So yeah, Meng, we'll get back to the other one from you, since that was part of the original plan. And yeah, Glitch, thank you so much for coming by and dropping me that, even if it wasn't a day with an open queue. It's nice to have people come back and poke me to go back to some stuff that I wanted to finish but didn't. I'm glad you stayed up for that. Yeah, I'm glad you stayed up for that too, and you have a good night. I believe this is correct. There we go. And yeah, Redbeard, you have a good night and a good weekend as well. Enjoy the announcement. And thank you, all of you, for the GGs. So yeah, as you might guess, my natural inclination when I look at all the KIMZs all over the place is just to anagram them. They don't make anything interesting, unfortunately. They might be an interesting acronym of some sort. Like, let me think about this. Probably some kind of food item. I'll have to think about this. KIMZ, MIKZ, etc. Like macaroni in king zucchini. Oh, for some reason I dropped into this and was expecting... I was still thinking in terms of the boot. It's like, why don't I have a boot? Oh yeah, because we're playing a totally different level. A little bit slow here on my part. No, we come here and we drop the bomb and then immediately snap it over to Claw. That's right. Netcat, you played this one earlier today. I hope you enjoyed it. I had a ton of fun with this one, but I think I only made it as far as checkpoint 1 last time. And like I said, I do need to relearn these things sometimes from scratch. Because after a few days off, my memory for how to play this game goes places. No, I needed to carry the bomb by going left and then bumping the piranha to the right. Yep. Mario Kart music is a very good fit here. I don't think I commented on that last time. And if I did, I think it deserves a second dimension anyway. Okay. Up we go. Yeah, trying to jump into the one-way panels there just to make sure we get that initial acceleration that we need to get over the platforms. Mang forced you to play it. Well, I guess if you enjoyed it anyway, then it is at least partly consenting. Actually, probably not. That kind of logic can lead you to some dangerous conclusions. Okay, hit this. Yeah, once again, need to jump a little bit to build up enough momentum to fall on everything accurately. There we go. Yeah, just a bit of a short jump is going to be good. Don't want to do anything too long here. Whoops. A little bit of a jump to hit my head on the ceiling there is probably just fine if I want to make sure positionally I'll be okay. Okay, here we go. Terrible landing. We'll just have to fix that up. Okay, forward and up. And yeah, lost too much momentum there from hitting that corner, so we'll see what we can do to make that adjustment. I feel like I can improve that segment quite a bit. Nearly got a bit ahead of the bomb there, but luckily not so much. Yeah, still a little bit of awkwardness there when I fall into position in terms of having enough momentum to dash over. That is the one thing that can be a little bit awkward about this level, is just the parts where you have to deal with getting back over the gap. I guess if it weren't for that timed destruction of the bullet blasters that is enforcing all that forward pressure in this level, that's something that could be mitigated by things like semi-solids, but because you want all of the platforms to be destructible, that's why you wouldn't have that there. Unless you could spare any additional blasters to just have a starting point for the dash, like something that would be 2 or 3 wide. But it looks like you're just totally out of blasters, so we just have to deal with this as the central challenge of the level. Okay. Let's pop our way up here. But yeah, Netcat, if this level made your 2% requirement, surely it can't be that bad. Whoops. But no, I do remember getting up to checkpoint, I think, last time. But it took me a while to get there. Just because of certain locations that will come back to me. Yeah, losing way too much momentum on a drop. So we'll see if I can finesse that somehow. Yeah, I know it's 0.5. I'm just kidding around with you. I know you don't really enforce the clear conditions limit that you used to have anyway. And okay, up we go. Yeah, still trying to find a good way to do that in terms of swinging my way around. I might have developed a method last time in terms of finding the jump that I wanted there, but I don't remember what it was. Yeah, maybe doing a higher jump there and doing a wider swing, but I don't know if the bomb is going to remain alive for long enough. Like, there's a certain pressure to get down to the bottom layer as soon as you can, so the bomb doesn't explode in your face. But I wonder if doing a higher jump that will allow me to have a smoother right-to-left arc might be a slightly better approach. I don't know if it will be. I think I'd be worried about bomb timing for an approach like that. There we go, finally. Okay. And then now we have to beat the timer there. Yes, you need to let the thwomp get ahead a little bit. Okay. I was definitely running into a little bit of time pressure from the snake blocks there. The bomb part feels a bit awkward. Maybe so. I mean, you can see later when you are around the segment where you activate the thwomp around a one-way panel set. Sometimes you get sets of the 3 red blasters. I feel like something like 1 additional blaster in that sort of starting point for the jump might have been very useful, but... You know, if you're just out of budget, you're out of budget. So... Yeah, this is going to explode in my face. No, it's not. Okay, that's fine. It's actually a more generous timing than I gave it credit for, then. Okay. Yeah, that was a bad idea. There we go. Do I want to hold the spring? Oh, maybe I missed a secret. Hey. Maybe. I mean, I'm not going to use this because we'll need to use a bomb eventually, but... Oh, almost thought I could cheese this thing, but... Not quite, because you could just kick the bomb there and then take the spring somewhere useful, right? Knowing Meng, that's probably just a secret path or something. If you do manage to survive with a spring. Ah, no, you have to kick the bomb all the way. Okay. Yeah, Electrodude, the thing about the running into the planet with the bomb was that Meng had to explicitly tell me to do that, and here you can't do that. Here you have to kick it, in fact, so you can keep it alive for the wigglers. You do have to throw it here. You can kick it in the earlier segment. But then if you kick it in the segment before checkpoint, you need a way to dispense with it or dodge it before it explodes in your face. Here you definitely need to kick it first, I would say. Or throw it first, and then kick it. Throw it and then throw it, never mind. Let's correct that for the sake of accuracy. You throw and throw. But yeah, the thing that threw me off was that in the pre-checkpoint part, the kick is actually a safer way to do it. Yeah, Natcat, the interesting thing is that considering that the bullet blasters are really kind of pushing the budget everywhere. And that there's still quite a lot of platforming that's created from very few elements. If you look at the whole top half of the screen above the surface. Like, the number of interactive pieces per screen, other than the blasters, is actually very, very low. But platforming is still quite interesting in spite of that. And also feels very open. But it's kind of like how traditional makers have tons of budget, right? That's... You do something like a music level that uses tons of entities, and you do still have room left over to do something that has the spacing of a traditional level. And I think it's kind of true here as well, that you've got tons of budget that's taken up just by the destructible bullet platforms. Entirely for the sake of time pressure. But yeah, you don't actually have to use that much to make the platforming work out to something decent. No. Bomb goes in a claw. The question is, do I throw the bomb in advance and then run past it before it drops? I think I do. Yeah, because if I throw the bomb into the claw, it's going to deflect the claw to the right side. Then I run under the claw fast enough that it will not drop the bomb on top of me before the bomb goes off and hits the on-off switch. So I think the idea is that I throw the bomb forward when I'm on the arrow. And it will deflect the claw in such a fashion that, as an object that's already being held in claw, I will have room to move ahead. This is new territory for me. The last time I saw this level, I did stop pretty much right at checkpoint 1. After seeing the stuff after it just once or twice. I'm glad we managed to get back here relatively quickly. So. Whoops. Yeah, that was not the best way to get up to the bomb. We can clean up simple jumps like that, I'm sure. Okay. Okay. Okay, I see. Took me a while to understand that. I wasn't really looking at the sideways trampoline. And I was wondering about that spiny drop in terms of how it was going to go. Just took me too long to read that, that's all. But now I do understand it. Nice timing there. And the peg effects up top as well, just to make everything thematically coherent. Yeah. This level was actually inspired by watching me fall into gaps in Champions Road at the Charging Chucks session. Yes, I'm glad I could provide you with that inspiration. I should stream more stuff like that often. And that's why it felt so familiar. This kind of death. Yeah, no, I wasn't prepared for the camera to tug me up like that. I should just fall gently so I don't do that. And just fall into the coins. Because tugging the camera is going to throw me off for sure. Yeah, unlike Champion's Road, I will not be able to wall jump my way out of an emergency. Actually, the camera's going to tug its way up anyway. Do I hit that twice? Yes, I... Wait, on-off switch. Yes, I activate the Thwomp. The Thwomp comes and hits the on-off switch, and then the shell is able to continue. So I need to get into a position that will allow me to trigger the Thwomp. Just took me a moment to read that, because I was wondering why the shell was suddenly stopping. But now I do understand. Okay. Forward we go. Oops, miss. Yeah, I just need to think ahead to how this spiny bit is going to work. Okay. Forward. And back. Yeah, at that point I'm still watching a lot of those Wiggler animations as they fall, and that's actually maybe distracting me slightly from... Wow, that was a quick activation. Oh, I see what happened, yeah. Dumped it into the gap. Okay, we'll see if we can work this out a little better. Here we go, and here we go. And up. Yeah. Oh, okay, then we need to kick this again. I do need to jump on top of it in order to reach the Thwomp, though, which is why it requires the second kick. I think. I don't see a way to get up to the Thwomp otherwise. Okay. Alright. No, then I just run to the left. I don't know why I'm doing it that way. Right, because the one-way panels are going to constrain the spiny shell in such a way that it is going to bounce right directly from that position. I think so, anyway. I haven't really read that very carefully yet. Okay. Forward we go. Need to develop a little bit of momentum to get back to the left after that. And we'll see what we can do. Yeah, going to drop in here. Touch this guy. And forward. Not that far forward. Okay. Kind of like the use of the red blasters framing the black ones there. Actually does look quite nice. In terms of having a very clearly visible boundary. See, now my attention is completely devoted to the black and red placement. in certain locations. Oops. Which is totally going to throw me off. But yeah, sometimes I just need a moment to relocate myself after hitting the spiny shell because of all the animations of the Wigglers dying. Just hitting right in my face. Okay, down we go. Nope. Got too much momentum there by facing left. Yeah, we'll get there close, I'm sure. There soon. Not a great fall. Very much unlike Humpty Dumpty in that way. Not a great fall. Okay. Now we'll just get up here. There we go. Nope. There we don't. Okay, up we go. And we'll hit this. Yeah, the claw direction is quite nice now that I've gotten a bit more accustomed to it. Okay, and we are out. So now that's going to be a checkpoint. In this little ice box. With the statues around a checkpoint, yeah. I'm just looking at how they're not quite lined up with the windows, but... I guess if... No, because you'd only really have... How many blocks of space? Yeah, 4 blocks of space here. I guess you couldn't really do a symmetrical checkpoint between these two. Okay, so Bowser... Oh yes, yeah, Bowser is going to do something with an icicle drop. Yes, so occasionally you're able to run across... But you need to do that before you activate all the icicles. And then you drop the upper icicles down below, let everything respawn, and then... Whoops. No, let everything respawn and then wait for the blasters to get back into position, and then you drop the next round. Supernova also complained about the windows? Well... Could be worse. Could have melted this block to the bottom right of me, right here. I think that's probably why I get along with Supernova. He's almost as obsessive-compulsive about these things as I am. Almost. Okay, next cycle. So there is an audio cue every 2 beats, yeah. So we can use that to our advantage. Nope, that's going to be too late. But yeah, it's actually kind of nice, because with the audio cue, I don't really need to keep my eyes on the bottom. I can just mostly watch the fireballs and work on dodging. As long as I have a good sense of timing. I feel like more fights rather like this that really do require your eyes to be in 2 places at once could use things like audio cues for timing segments. Whoops. I mean, sometimes that's where the challenge is going to come from, of course. That's the challenge of that fight. Will just be from being able to manage your attention. Also, since I died here, I want to point out one thing. So, I've always had this habit where when I respawn from checkpoints, sometimes I just forget where I was going. And I always just automatically run to the right, like that. And it's kind of a bad habit of mine that... not so much for a single boss fight like this, obviously, but when I have a longer checkpoint segment, if it's in the middle of nowhere, I just immediately go right without ever thinking about which direction it was coming in from. Luckily, the short memories we have here don't need to be that short. We are just respawning from the next room, so shouldn't be too much of a problem. Okay. There we go. So it's going to be regular-sized Bowser, who's going to have, what, 20 hit points? I feel like we just need probably 3 cycles, actually, if I'm calculating this correctly. Because wouldn't it be something like 7 icicles to kill Bowser? Or is it 14? I don't know if I miscalculated. I forgot to double something for Big Bowser, or... well, regular-sized Bowser. I think you need probably 3 rounds of doing this. But we'll see this in a second. Oh, lost my icicles. It's only Nat Catcherel that you would do that. Okay, next cycle. Maybe building up a bit more momentum this time, that would help. But yeah, I think just 3 icicle swipes should probably do it with everything activated up top. Too soon. Okay. Next cycle. No, not like that. That was entirely predictable. Also looking at that bit with the piece which is in the ceiling. Wondering what that is. So I have to wonder, before checkpoint 1, whether that trampoline was supposed to be obtainable. Because I was looking at it afterwards and thinking, huh, did I just miss some kind of secret that requires me to grab that after the bomb drop? Didn't seem like it was useful for anything going into checkpoint 1, though. So it would have had to be earlier than that if you wanted to use it. Seems like it was a kind of weird edge case anyway, though, to be able to pick that up at all. You use P-switch blocks so the piranhas don't stick to the sides. Yes, exactly, okay. Yeah, I see what's going on. I hadn't really paid that much attention to the piranha plants, in spite of the fact that that is the difficulty escalation in this fight, in terms of creating a few additional projectiles for Phase 2. Yeah, nice little Phase 2 escalation for that, sure. And, oh, I pulled back just slightly too early, which was unfortunate, given that that round should have done it. Yeah, the tuning of this fight is just fine, in terms of the spacing and the length, I think. Like, you can see that it's not going to require too much repetition, but it does require a fair bit of finesse and planning. Would be an interesting one to speedrun for sure, as long as somebody else does it. Yeah, fairly generous timing on that, and as well on the icicles that are in the landing zone to the left and right. Jumping the gun a little bit early there. Okay. Once again, should just be listening to the audio cue for the timing. We'll get next round. Okay, good. Just a little bit of planning will go a long way here. Here's round 3. And yeah, that's to kill. I'm gonna make sure I still have access to this door over here, and I do. And yeah, that's just a symmetry door. You have to jump over to Boo and then back around. Yeah, I can just see death coming in this segment, for sure. Maybe not. Yeah, I can see what's going on too with the Munchers by the blasters and everything getting pushed that way. But anyway, thank you for that, Mang. Glad we could get through 2 of yours in a sitting. Okay, next thing I had in the plan for today, thank you for all the GGs by the way, is to go back to the hard mode ending of the Megatoro level that we saw as the warm-up to one of the streams last weekend. So I didn't have to clear it to this because... Oh, whoops, wrong code. WKF. Yeah, so I didn't get to clear on this because, as with one of Meng's recent levels, there is a hard mode gate that is post-checkpoint. And yeah, we'll just go back and do it. I was quite close, I think. But there were still a lot of adjustments to come, so let's get back to hard mode and see how we do. And yeah, after this one, depending on time, Electrodude, if you're still here at that point, I may go back to grind out a bit more of Flaming Fortress of Fury. I don't expect I'd be able to do it today, but I don't expect to finish it today, rather, but I do need to practice it a bit more until we actually learn how to do the Shell Reclaim. So we may do it afterwards, but that will depend on how this one goes. Yeah, I was so proud of myself for missing the star, and not the proudest ending there. Whoops. Let's catch up to this. Sure, let's grab that for no reason. We can catch up. Just scroll afterwards. You need to read the slopes in advance. The bend in the track. That's one thing I wasn't doing nearly enough of the last time I played this, was making sure that we actually read where we're going by looking at the track and anticipating the shift in direction so it doesn't catch me off guard or by surprise. I can skip that for now since you have a project to work on in about 20 minutes, yeah. We'll see. We'll see how I'm doing for time to stream, because I mean, pretty much anything else I have on the to-do list at this point is likely to be very time-consuming. So, we'll see about that. I mean, the precedent at Electrodude is that if you leave momentarily to take a bit of a break from the stream, that's exactly when I'll clear it, so... In 2 weeks, you've got summer vacation. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. I mean, I've definitely got a list of things to work out here. This might also just be a relatively short stream, since I was budgeting a little bit more time to do both of Meng's, and they actually went down faster than I expected. In both cases, in terms of recovering my progress from last time quickly. So I might just keep this a fairly short stream today, just of course depending on how long it takes me to get through hard mode over here, which I have not even reached yet because I'm still in the opening area. Okay. Nope. Not quite. Okay. And yeah, Electro Dude, I knew you published something new this week as well, so for viewer levels we could do something I might actually be able to complete. But yeah, definitely at this point, I mean, I have only really been putting these little half-hour segments or so into Flaming Fortress of Fury, and it's going to require longer than that for sure, whenever I do decide to take it seriously and try to push part the way past the current sticking point. Whoops. Okay, no, I should kind of follow the coin positions there. That was a bit of a weird situation. Hey, sure, we'll stay here and see if I can just cheese some of this. Nope. Not really. Should have followed the track. I might have been able to stay alive there for a bit longer, although there is going to be a mushroom check at the end. Okay. Yeah, I really do need to stay on the lower level for the most part, but not get clipped by anything in those little dips of the cannonball pattern. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that was not a safe position. I had a better method for that earlier, I think. But we'll see about that. All these diagonals at the beginning, of course, are just the track stacking pattern to get all of the cannons to line up the way they do. We've seen a lot of cannon tech from this maker, Megatoro, before. And definitely one of the more experienced cannon stackers in the game, in terms of taking advantage of all the different things you can do with them. Yeah, I am just making the same mistake there now, early on, so let's try to fix that up. Yeah, just going to slide down here gracefully. Nice short jumps because the area was very claustrophobic. Yeah, trying to go for that coin, and that was far too late. Now, I think at this point I cannot recover another SMB2 mushroom, so you wish you could put downward-facing cannons on tracks, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, because of the way they snap into position. I'd forgotten that you can't. Right, because we need to clip them to blocks to get them to spawn in that position, and that would simplify a lot of setups for sure in terms of having downward projectiles in your little boxy rooms. Your Toho chambers. Nope, bad idea. Might take me a while just to get back to where I was here at the pace we're going. And that's assuming I get on top of the hard mode entrance, which is on top of the flag. Like, you do have to make one jump at the very end of this level that takes you over the flagpole. So it is possible to dash across some of these gaps here. Okay, there we go. Just about the first time that went smoothly. And then we'll go down like this. And down like this. No, we're alive. We're alive. Well, no, we're not alive. We're totally dead. Yeah, fairly close to the end of that segment, though. Looked like for a moment I could salvage that just by grabbing that additional SMB2 mushroom at the very last minute. Did not go as well as I hoped. Okay. Slide down here. And now here's the tricky bit coming up. In terms of getting into that little corner there. Can I grab this? Yes, I can. Disaster recovered momentarily, and then we're dead once again until I grab this. Okay, great. We're alive. We're alive and even on the correct track. There we go, checkpoint. Hanging by the seat of our pants there. Whoops. I believe checkpoint gives you a power-up here. This is very generous of the level to give you a bit of consolation to push you through. Unless you're specifically going for the single segment time on this, which we won't be because we're not going for time anyway, given that I'll be going for hard mode. Do I get another mushroom here? Not yet, I don't. Okay, let's get back in here. Okay. Following the coin trails is going to do a world of good here, especially with the Shelmet. Shelmet is actually going to be fantastic here. I say as I lose it. Nope. Did I get over the flag? Yes, I did. Okay, good. And am I all the way over? Okay. Hard mode, here we go. Barely made it. Here's expert. And at least we did snag the checkpoint there, going into expert mode. And here we need to dodge the moon. Okay, so far so good. Yeah, that segment there, in terms of dodging the star in the middle, that was something I previously had some trouble with, I think. So yeah, we'll see how long this one is going to take here. Okay, forward we go. And drop in. We'll just hang back here, let the moon do its little swipe. Then I want to get into a forward position before we run into the star. Okay. The star really does feel like it's coming out of nowhere. This seems quite like a literal bullet hell, yeah. Pretty much. Someone actually posted a video of this level on your Discord. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I've been following this maker for a long time, of course. This is Megatoro. Who never submits here because he's from Japan. And I don't really get a lot of the Japanese makers, particularly the good ones, so I do have to pull them up off my own list fairly often. Whoa, look at this position here, that was tight. But yeah, this one, lots of fun. I should show off Megatoro's Super World at some point. I think I played a lot of it in its original form, but I think it has since been expanded by quite a bit since it was originally uploaded last year. Because I believe I did play it on stream last year, but then more worlds have been added. Okay, jump over to Star. Yeah, that's a pretty claustrophobic location. Yeah, Electrodude, good luck with the remaining work or exams or whatever it is you have to do. It is a very visually appealing level, that's for sure. It's willing to be a little bit crazy. Okay, let the moon swipe. We have a method for this part. We don't have a method so much for this part here, where I dodged a star. I was considering a cannonball pickup there before, but as you can see, there are multiple cannonballs that are stacked around the same location, and so that would not really help. Okay. Now, here is the moment of truth with this star. Assuming we even get that far to begin with. I feel like maybe I just need to duck on a lower level. No, because I'll get crunched on the left side of the screen, as I discovered from experience. So we just don't really have a method for that specific location just yet. And I'll need to develop that as we go. Just find a route that I'm actually looking for. Nope, not like that. And you do need to keep the moon alive to finish the end segment, otherwise it would be very tempting to just hit the moon, which would wipe out the existing cannonballs, but more cannonballs are going to spawn right away, so it doesn't actually prevent you from doing too much right now, but you do need to keep the moon alive. At the very end is a bit of an extra check. Yeah, no, you can't really stay down there. You have to go over to Star. Or at least find a safe location to duck away from it. Okay. Let's go down. And what do we have here? Okay. Let the moon swipe. That's what the moon does. Nope, tried to do a bit of a short jump over to Star, and we got caught out once again. Yeah, that's as far as I've been able to get safely. I only know about what the ending of this segment looks like because I had previously taken damage and just decided to ride out the cannons the rest of the way. That does not get you through. You do need to keep both the moon alive and the SMB2 mushroom intact, or nothing gets done. Okay, let's see about that star. There we go, except I died to that thing. Okay. Okay, so we can jump over to star, but then over to that diagonal cannonball. And probably just fall off to the side of it as we go left or right. And that should simplify some issues. Oh, whoops, not like that. So yeah, we'll see how long this takes. Just to sort things out. Okay, here we go. Swipe. Then we get on top. We jump over to the diagonal. And then I was looking for some way to dodge the moon, falling out of that. Because I assumed that I would be in a pretty poor position in terms of how the moon is going to swipe across the screen, so I'll have to back to that in just a moment. But yeah, I do have a rough method for getting over to star now. I don't know how often I can execute it, but I do have an intended path in terms of how I'm going to deal with it. It's going to be by going over right now, going over to diagonal, bouncing like that, and then we need to get out of the way somehow, probably by falling to the left, but I don't see how that's going to go. Okay, so we'll get over here. And here we are. Nope. Needed to go a little further to the right. Anyway, let's just try to drop out gracefully at this point. Yeah, still got a long ways to go in terms of the survival challenge. We'll drop into the right and we'll see if we can do anything better. Okay. Falling into this location. Okay, I like... no, I don't know how to get out of that. I was thinking, okay, that looked like a very convenient placement, except no. I think you do need to just get further into the middle of the screen, actually. Because then I would have a little bit more height to work with that would dodge the bottom of the moon's arc. So I think I'm going to keep going left to right. After I jump over that star that had been giving me so much trouble, I should be able to sort that out. And we'll see if that's actually the case when we try to get around that pattern. Okay, moon is going to come over here. Great. Wait for this diagonal. Go. There we are. Nope. Need to do a very quick jump after that. Yeah, the diagonal shot keeps throwing me off a little bit, catching me by surprise. It is just one diagonal cannon that's firing at a fairly regular pace, so I should account for it. It looks like the pattern's all over the place because you can't necessarily see how everything is stacked, but there is one particular cannon that is firing northwest on a regular cycle. I use cardinal directions like northwest as if I were looking at this from a top view. I mean, I think some people would just naturally call this the, what is it, 10 o'clock position or 11 o'clock position, but I find it much more natural to be using compass directions even with a side view like you would have in a side scroller. Just much more intuitive, sort of way, I think. Yeah, let's punch through here, see if we can do any better this time. Getting closer. Inching our way forward. Not by much, but you just need to take this one obstacle at a time and just figure out a good pattern for everything. Okay, there we go. Okay. Jump on top of the moon. Yikes, that location. That location's correct. You're supposed to go up the diagonal here and follow the arrows. And then dodge a whole bunch of stars, apparently. Actually, if you were keeping the SMB2 mushroom up to that point, getting the stars doesn't matter too much. Because as long as you have SMB2 plus the moon at the very end, I think I am fine. But we'll see. So I think those stars are meant to throw you off a little bit. The big finish. Okay. Let's move on here. Jump here, get on top of the diagonal, jump down. Back on pace. Nope. I wonder if I'm just supposed to run that. Yeah, very interesting. Well, that is a new personal best, though, in terms of how far we've managed to get so far. No, it can't quite run it like that. So yeah, we'll see how we do. And through here. Okay, push through this. And how are we doing? Past the star, past the diagonal, past the moon, past the diagonal. Okay. Nope. That might not be the right approach for that location. I feel like I'm missing something in terms of a safer exit pattern for that part specifically, but yeah, it must have taken a lot of planning to get the tracks to go just the way you wanted to have everything have this steady escalation of difficulty. I mean, the only thing that's going on here in terms of controlling all of the platforming is really just track positioning, but the fact that you can have so many different and varied patterns that you have to deal with entirely just from manipulating two tracks is pretty impressive from a maker's point of view. Like, the mechanics is very simple, but the level design comes entirely from picking good track positions that are going to create interesting outcomes, right? So it's nice to see that. Because the result you can see is pretty fantastic, except yeah, getting into a lot of trouble there. That is a very tricky location, though. So we'll see if we can work that out. have to tread very carefully. And there we go. Nope. Backed out a little too soon. Okay. Up we go. And Moon comes down. Mario goes up. Moon comes down. Oh, here we go. Okay, we need to figure out this position. I do not have a method for it yet that will actually work. I wonder if I'm supposed to just run up the slope on that first cannon there. I don't know. I thought I would just run into the cannonball if so, though. Like, I didn't think the slope would work as an upslope. It's entirely possible that I'm mistaken about that. And that running uphill on this actually works. No, I doubt it, though. Didn't think so. Yeah, because getting hit from the side at all is just going to register as a hit. So yeah, we'll push through here and see how things are going to go. Getting consistently over here, at least. I say as I fail in precisely that location. And yeah, let's pop what we can. And up we go. Now let's back out of this. Prepare for the star. Nope. Can't get squeezed by a diagonal over there. That was not how we previously did it. But I'm still thinking ahead to that one part after that where we get squished every time, and I wonder if the SMB2 bullet pickup can help me there somehow, in terms of creating some space. But since I'm going to be on a bottom level, maybe it's not actually going to be that helpful. I mean, you really do need to be in the middle level to be doing a pickup safely and landing in a good location, so. But yeah, maybe I should be eradicating some of the cannons and just getting them out of the way to create space. Cannonballs, rather. We'll just try to remove some of them at that point. I like that the strategy is not something that's exactly prescribed. I mean, I am having troubles getting out of corners sometimes, but I like that the decision-making element is still intact when it comes to finding a good method for getting through this. Anyway, expert, here we come. Okay. Moon comes down. And we go up. Nope. Let's read this pattern here, though. Yeah, I think that even if we remove some cannonballs, that's still going to be a pretty big problem in terms of spacing. But we'll see. Maybe there's a way to create an open opportunity there. Whoops. Yeah, you can go down slope, not up slope, obviously. We'll get it eventually, I'm sure. Okay. Downstairs. And time to deal with something stellar again. Yeah, we don't want to throw like that to decimate our own platforms. But using that to clear space later on, just slightly later on, might actually be a good idea. Assuming that we can still read what is alive and what isn't, given how confusing the animations can be all of a sudden if we're not careful in that location. But yeah, I think strategically speaking, it makes sense to be clearing space. Just not the bottom layer. Okay. Okay, that actually was fine. Probably had nothing to do with the approach I was taking, but... Oh, took damage. Now that's the thing, at this point, if I have the SMB2 mushroom, I should actually just grab the star and ride it out. Because all we need here is Moon plus SMB2 mushroom to get rid of the stump, right? So I think it's actually okay if I grab a star while holding the SMB2 mushroom, as long as I can land on the cannons themselves somehow and not get caught. Because obviously once you grab a star, you just can't stand on any of the cannonballs. Clip right through them. Yeah, that didn't actually help at all, but nope. Once again, red full arc. Yeah, when I do the cannonball pickup, I should save it a little bit longer so I can get myself out of trouble. Just a little bit. Because I am throwing it much too early, considering how advantageous it can be to clear space. So yeah, we'll try to make that happen. Okay, let's get moving. Yeah, same idea as before. Dodge the star. Dodge the diagonal. Grab this guy, now we wait. Nope, not like that. Okay, we don't actually have much room to be using the cannonball. So maybe that's not a great idea. But I can do another pickup later and then use that to get through the corner. That's giving me so much trouble. So we'll just go down and we'll try something like that. Hey, everything's going to go forward. Nope. Missed my opportunity. Yeah, very specific timing to get over to star. Definitely the movement that you'd have to react to very quickly if you were trying to do it blind. And very often you just don't know how the auto-scroll boundary is going to play with you in terms of creating a situation where you get squished. Everything feels so reliable, though, in terms of the triggers. I mean, the blasters are obstructed by some kind of entity lock, I'm sure, and so it would be using the power-up lock, in fact, in terms of making sure as many of them as possible are accounted for, so the blasters do not fire unless requested. Although I'm not quite sure that's the case, given how many power-ups, like the stars, are in fact being fired. One of the issues with the star is that the main red blaster here that you can see on the screen is the thing that's firing one of them anyway. And so this is a fairly credible threat to that model. Okay, jump up, get over the diagonal. Nope. Tried to get out of the way and I was just too late. Yeah, I should not really be doing the pickup there. I should be looking for another opportunity, though, to create some room. Yeah, given the time that I spent on it at this point, this probably will be the last level we play today. I think Electrodude's instincts were quite right in terms of not expecting me to actually go through a grind this late in the stream. So, hopefully if we get this cleared up fairly soon, this should be a comparatively short stream, considering that we normally go 4 to 5 hours, but and that always tends to be longer than my actual plan, so doing some catching up on longer levels over a fairly self-contained session is something I don't do nearly enough of. And it was nice to get 3 clears so far out of 3 levels attempted earlier on in this broadcast. And so yeah, let's wait for the moon. Always good advice. Okay. Made it. Made it. Okay. Oh wow, I actually clipped right through that area here. That works for me. That moon is worrying me slightly. Yeah, as you can see, don't want to go for the star there. Absolutely not. I probably want to pick up a cannonball and move to the middle segment, in fact, so I don't get smacked by every single star. I think that is the idea. I'm supposed to pluck my way down and get into the middle section. Like I said, possible to survive with SMB2 mushroom per star, plus star rather, and make it to the end and still do just fine. But the question is, do we risk doing anything like that? Oops, missed that. That's okay. Yeah, that's cannonball that's sort of slightly displaced upwards that we kept dying on is actually kind of misleading. I've not clipped into it yet. Or rather, I've not collided with it. I have clipped into it and emerged unscathed. So now that I know that, that does make that corner a little bit more approachable in a way that was perhaps not visible to me right away. Whoops. So yeah, we'll just make a bit of an adjustment accordingly and see if we can make that work. Alright, nope. Let's be careful with the dip there. Okay. All these initial coins just giving you a way to get acclimatized to plucking these little singular targets out of the sky. Let's see, moon come down. And yeah, it took me a while to find this pattern, but we have it. And it has been working pretty reliably for me lately, so can't complain too much. Nope, too much of a jump. But yeah, I guess all the down arrows are specifically telling you to drop into the middle. Because then the stars start coming in and they exert enough pressure that the arrows are telling you quite specifically, get down. Don't stay on top. I was kind of wondering about that visual signal, but now it's quite clear to me. Going to take a nice slow death. And let's try it again. Okay, down we go. Nope, need to duck on that corner there. I don't know why I forgot this time. Love the initial visual design of that expert gate as well. And just the way each of these semi-solid bottoms just kind of rise steadily. There's a lot going on aesthetically just in that whole launch area. You scramble your way out of this space carrier. Straight into bullet hell. Okay, duck here. Moon swipes. Follow up behind the moon and then get ready for the jump over the star. Okay. Doing some of that accurately for once. Okay. No, was hoping to find an opportunity to drop down below, and that did not happen. You got plenty of room to work with in terms of being able to pluck a cannonball somewhere and throw it on the way down without running into anything. Feels like I need to clear a bit more space to do that, though. Once again, I really do admire the tactical diversity that this actually provides in terms of how, by the looks of it, initially, how one could get around obstacles like that. Whoops. Didn't compensate enough for the drag on a lower rank of cannonballs. And yeah, I really love the look and feel of this opening segment. It disguises the tracks quite well in their initial setup layout to get them all to drop nice and stacked. Okay, forward. On top of this guy, over to star. Over to moon. The dish ran away with a spoon. Oops. Nope, too high jump. Yeah, still looking at that whole upward ascent. I think I need to get to the peak of the ascent before I can even think about plucking the cannonballs on my way down, just to minimize the chances of getting hit. But yeah, I think I lowered myself at the peak. That will probably be the best way to do it. Nope, there we go. Oh, didn't expect to pick up that guy. Okay. Wondering about that coin at a lower level there. Yeah, still having some issues. Really do need to plan for at least one throw, I think, just to be a little bit safer. Because that is a particularly difficult corner. Okay. Let's move on. Alright, let's get in on this. I mean, the nice thing about having checkpoint enforcement past the entry into the hard mode is that it is the maker's way of assuring you that it is clearable, of course. That it isn't just a junk mode that was never clear checked. Still don't understand that in terms of how to deal with it. But it's fairly clear for me that we need to get down into the middle segment before he gets smacked with stars. So we'll see. I mean, if there is a way to keep SMB2 plus star and survive the platforming, even in the invincible state, then that would be fun to hear about. But something tells me that kind of technical consideration is beyond what we can show right now. Okay, a lot better. Hey, that works too, actually. I like the chaining there. In fact, that works to my advantage until, of course, I hit the moon and kill everything. Right, because it is just going to be a chain throw. Like with the Lecter Mole level, in fact. I'd forgotten that the chain throw will work here with the cannonballs, and work here quite well, in fact, almost too well, in terms of clearing space. Kind of like that method, except it does put me at risk of destroying everything that I need to jump on later. Like the idea of trying that again. Even though the platforming itself is not going to be quite optimized for it. Alright, let's have another go at it. And just make sure we know how to handle everything. Nope. Really tight spacing. Need to crouch jump everywhere, pretty much. Alright, let's try to make this work. But yeah, the chain throw is just going to wreck everything in my path. I had not considered that even earlier on. I mean, obviously we want the path to be mostly alive until we need to remove some specific obstructions and drop into the middle segment in that section later. Whoa, that was lower than I expected. We do need the moon, so this unfortunately will not be a clear. Because otherwise we can't actually get the munchers. But let's see if I understand how to drop down here. Not really. Yeah, that's going to be too late by the time you get to the top of the slope. You start running into issues with the stars swiping in, about to mob you. Okay, let's get over here. And forward. Okay. That's doing decently. Here's the tight corner. There we go. Let's find a way to get down. Not like that. Need to get down without taking damage. And need to do it fast. So that's the roadblock right now, but at least we're getting up there. Some of the time. A decent amount of the time. Enough that I think the clear will come, it's just that we still have a lot of positioning left to do that I did not anticipate. Okay. And whoop. Okay, onwards for another run at Expert. And I just need to watch my position fairly carefully and recreate some of the maneuvers that I already decided were ideal. Don't really have that much flexibility in terms of the path. But yeah, in terms of busting my way back down from the top layer, that is still an unsolved problem in terms of how to do it safely. Okay. You'll see that sweep its way across. Nope, miss. Or rather, hit. But by hitting, we missed. You would think that balances out in the end, but the moon just kills everything, and so not much compensation to be had there. Not much reciprocity. Okay. Moon comes down. Moon goes up. Okay. Nope, too high. You need to do really short bounces all over the place here. Can't mess around too much with the jumping physics. Okay, forward we go, and let's wait. Moon comes down, and we go forward. Past this diagonal, past a star. Past another diagonal, there we go. Okay, that's gonna work out. Skip the star and the moon. Nope. Ran into both of them. So yeah, that's probably an okay method. In terms of using the chain throw to just dispense with the whole problem of the upper layer. The issue is just surviving the jumps that come afterwards and understanding what position to get into, because that so far I just haven't figured out. Because I've been swiped by the moon there twice now. You have to balance the moon and the stars. Very astrological in that respect. Alright, just need to fuck out one at a time until we get everything back in order. Whoa, look at that star, that's dangerous. Anyway, it threw me off my usual pattern. Let's not do that. Let's stick to the plan. Now, the thing about this level, of course, is that being one with a hard mode gate that is optional, and it's also noticeably quite a bit more difficult than the rest that had come so far. The clear rate tells you absolutely nothing. No useful information whatsoever. Oops. And the clear rate for this one was between 2 and 3%, I think. Which again doesn't tell you anything because it's really overselling the difficulty of main game and perhaps underestimating the amount of time that it can take to play, never mind make, a comparatively polished and complex level that pushes the toolkit in interesting ways. Okay. Sure, let's grab this. It's too early. Nope. Terrible momentum coming on to that throw. That was the issue that we ran into. Well, it seems like we have some ways to go before we figure it out. I mean, there is going to be that segment with all the stars coming into the top layer. And then a bit of a sudden drop down to the big finish, where we will hit the moon, we will keep SMB2, raise the stump, and that will be the story. Assuming we can make it happen, which is at this point far from guaranteed. Okay, going to lose all there, so we'll do the run up. Yeah, I just didn't find a good position there. I mean, that's already too late, just because of the lag time it takes to pull up a cannonball at all while attempting to dodge the moon. I need to find a significantly better way to get down. The chain throw was the best idea so far, but it depends on certain throwing accuracy and not losing a cannonball immediately to a different cannonball like I did. So, we'll see. Close enough that I think I can do it, it's just that there's a fair bit of the pattern left to learn before we can get much of anywhere here. Okay, going to get into the middle segment, great. Dodge the moon, nope. I was about to dodge the star and then I just didn't jump high enough. That was almost right. Very, very close to being what I wanted, but we failed the same way a few times now, except every single time I feel like it has been something totally avoidable with the jump that I have going into that floating star while also dodging the moon. That time I just cut the star jump far too short. So let's back into it. And okay, just duck here, moon swipes. And skip over to star. Nope. I dragged a little too far before I corrected. Well, really hope I can in fact get this. Feels like we're just so close now. Okay. Moon's gonna come down once again. Getting pretty used to this swiping motion. Never want to get too accustomed to that stuff, of course. Definitely develop some pretty bad habits sometimes when you just try something that doesn't work over and over. But yeah, a lot of it is just a momentum correction from being dragged. I mean, I think we can definitely find it within our power to fix that, but it's going to require a lot more caution in the early segments here, which, as long as I'm not impatient about them, and as long as I remember to do certain things like crouch in the left side, we should be okay. It's just a matter of getting a lot of these filler attempts out of the way. So we can get straight back to our progression point. Okay. Forward we go. Nope. Need to anticipate that position. I mean, we have done it so many times before that I think that was just a brief lapse in reasoning. Nope. And yeah, we'll get it done. Eventually. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday. No, we'll do it today again. Okay. Okay. Nope, slipped. Have to correct for the drag pretty much as soon as you land on the cannonballs, otherwise run into all sorts of problems. Alright, let's get rolling here. Moon comes down. Up we go. Oh, very close there. Very close. Okay. Now let's get over this star. No. Every time I just get crowded to the left by the moon, and then when I get crowded to the left by the moon, I can't dodge the star because at that point I'm already in the middle of adjusting a jump. So that's as far as we've gotten. Failed at that precise moment several times. I still need to find a pattern that's going to give me a nice, repeatable solution. Because we've done pretty well in terms of pattern finding early on in this level. Eventually understanding some of the things that have given me trouble. Yeah, it might take a while to make this happen, though. So, we'll see if we can. Whoops. But yeah, by now it should be clear that this is significantly harder than the main body of the level. So, by itself, I don't know what the clear rate would be. But it's going to be something that aggregates with the total created by playing this standard way to give you a result of about 2 to 3%, which again tells us nothing. Drop in here, grab this. Okay, let's get into a central position. Nope, only to lose the SMB2 mushroom. You know, Supernova. Welcome, by the way. I mean, in the divorce proceedings, would you get to keep half your levels? And I guess if you are producing so many now, maybe you hold off for a while specifically so your assets would not be claimed. So yeah, I am the Supernova. We earlier wrapped up 2 of the Mang levels that we had not completed on a viewer level day, and I saw that there were plenty of custom-built Supernova pipes to stare at in a state of partial undress. The pipes, I mean, not the person playing. Okay. Moon comes down. And we'll get up here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I've been jammed here in hard mode for quite a while now. Nope. Really tight spacing. Well, I mean, Supernova, that is something you do while streaming, right? Isn't it? You are always, in some way, leaving yourself exposed. Sometimes in a more literal fashion than others, depending on whether you are running in the hot tub category. But... okay, here we go. Now we'll just snap up all those coins and grind away at this once more. Yeah, there's a very specific location that I'm quite stuck at right now in terms of being able to progress. Don't know if any of you have finished this on the expert track yet. But it is a pretty significant bump in difficulty, especially as you get to the wall at the end. I think I should, in fact, be able to cheese it by just grabbing the stars up top while we're on the top track instead of making our way down to the middle. Given that I was able to make it, you know, previously without keeping the SMB2 mushroom for that check, in terms of being able to survive on the cannons and blasters while you are invincible, I think it is something breakable if we run out of options and want to try something desperate just to get our way to the final door. I mean, I think about the checks there, and there's the stump that checks for SMB2. And there's the check for the moon, of course, to remove all the munchers. But nothing specifically precludes you from getting a star, I don't think. I wonder about this coin here, whether this coin implies that that is a recommended throwing location. Anyway, let's get out of here. Nope. Yeah, I still don't see where to go in that location. This looks really expensive. Not really. In terms of budget, you get this number of cannons, as you can see, just coming off the tracks. I mean, you'd be thinking about projectile limit, obviously, but it turns out it's not an issue here, simply because so many of the red cannonballs are going way off screen. Oh. But it's surprisingly not expensive, just because of all of the stuff that is spawning from being shot by the blasters, like the power-ups. It's entirely blaster controlled. Yeah, I'm thinking about... I mean, Supernova, you would probably know this, like how long the projectiles remain alive before you get into issues with projectile limit. Seems like the kind of thing you would be pretty familiar with by now. But no, considering the amount of platforming that goes on in this level, it is not really too expensive a setup. Munchers at the end don't really count for much. And as you can see, I mean, you can count the number of tracks at the very beginning. You can see that the number of cannons is not actually that high. Yeah, because this is, what, probably about 30 of them? Maybe more. Somewhere between 30 and 40 at a momentary glance. But yeah, it is very efficiently built considering just how much platforming it hasn't given me. Okay, down we go. Moon comes down. Okay, down here. Yeah, definitely wondering about this coin. No, it's not crazy expensive at all. It's got plenty of room to spare, in fact. You have to remember, too, there's nothing else in the subworld. You've got the main world, and then here's the subworld that you access at the flagpole as hard mode, and that's pretty much it. It's not like it's sharing the entity budget with a separate segment that's built into the same layout. You made upward momentum. Interesting. Oh, I see. So you had some kind of bet going on about that. Well, gotta show that off before the Nintendo ninjas get you the way they have been getting Mang's levels. Oop. Just thinking of that yeeting over at level still. Which unfortunately got nuked. It was a recent one by a Mang that got deleted before I could get to it as well. And okay. Down that goes. Over to Star. Over to Moon. Yeah, Supernova, I don't know if you ever got the chance to play that last year when it came out. Or if at that time you were not yet hip to all the crazy stuff man comes up with. Yeah, Flight of the Eye of the Supernova, exactly. That's the one. You did get the chance to play it. Well, I would expect to. I would also expect that something named like that would have tons of naked pipes. Or maybe at least one or two to be strategically placed to needle you. Or maybe not. Let's not assume anything. Okay, really need to make some efficient attempts here to get back to our progression point. I feel like the last time I played this, somebody made the comparison I'm thinking of now, which is that this is, oddly enough, kind of like the dragon boss in Cuphead, Grim Matchstick. In a strange way, it kind of is, given that, you know, that's also a level where you're just constantly dealing with projectiles while slipping around on this aerial surface. Except, of course, just in context of a single screen boss fight. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I really do need to get back to that spot so we can just practice it and find the right positioning. Of course, everything in this level is so interdependent on the initial position, followed by track layouts. Yeah, really amazing that so much platforming, as I was saying earlier in the stream, is just entirely a product of good track planning. Bit of scroll control over there, of course, from the hard block bomb gate. Yeah, we'll see. I did not expect to take this long with this one. I thought it was getting reasonably close, but then the estimate was based on whacking everything with a star and being unable to complete it without the SB2 mushroom. And if you try to do everything properly, then the ending segment here is quite a lot more complex than I might give it credit for. Okay. Really neat little survival challenge, though, built into an autoscroller. Yeah, that was premature. Now I'm in huge trouble. Yeah, quite possibly doing the chain throw is not the answer. Whoops. It does clear up space immediately for me to stay in the middle track, but I have not really had safe platforms to use to dodge everything else. The moon and the star that comes through the middle. And okay. That comes down. Nope. Yeah, despite not being able to beat this last time, I definitely still underestimated it. In terms of how tricky certain positions would be. Even once you know what your intended solution is. Okay, just need one good solid attempt to come together. That was not it. Yeah, we have been here a while. Here in the expert room. Okay. Coin, coin, coin. Nope. Well, it would be nice to actually get the expert clear on stream. I mean, this has had a decent number of plays on it, I'm sure. That has been seen on video at this point, but you never know, just given Mario Maker how comparatively few players really go for a lot of optional objectives beyond clear, at least in a streaming environment. I think that might be true generally, though. Just a very different set of principles and profile of player psychology that emerges out of Mario Maker as opposed to a standard platformer. Okay. Eyes are gonna just glaze over at some point, I think, just with all the cannonballs on screen. Just very easily distractible. Very hypnotic. Okay. Nope. Terrible position. Need to get much further before that star comes down. Nope. Yeah, at this point I'm already thinking about whether I can actually cheese it with a star while retaining the SMB2 mushroom in that final segment with the big branch of red and black. Okay, moon comes down. That's looking good so far for once. Hold my position here. Nope, got dragged before managing to jump. Yeah, let's not do this throw. Maybe. Let's try to drop down a normal way. Yeah, pretty tricky so far. It does look deceptively simple. At least it does to me after playing it for far too long. But yeah, you would think, oh, just watch the tracks, right? You know where everything's going to go. And you really don't. Okay, let's get out of here. Just have to beat our heads against it some more. Really do wonder what clear rate on this segment would have been had it been something standalone. Nope, just trying to get out of there, not enough acceleration. Okay. Thought this was going to be so straightforward. You know, difficult but conceptually straightforward. And instead, we've had a couple of serious decision-making errors. Never mind the execution itself. Whoops. Very tight spacing all around, though. In terms of having to react very quickly to cannonballs coming out of pipes. Not pipes, rather, but cannons that you can't necessarily visualize very well with all the stacking. Yeah, I guess there is a pattern with some regularity to it. Okay, that's gonna come down. Get on here, over to star, over to moon. Yeah, let's dump it to the left, just so we don't deal with it. And let's do it the standard way or not. Yeah, I feel like if we made it up here with SMB2, then I can just try to get on top of the blaster and see if that's survivable, but it might not be. No. Definitely starting to harbor some doubts about whether we will in fact finish it. Also, I just noticed a left side arrow going back into the yellow pipe, so we could in fact have just registered to clear. The last time I played this, instead of just dropping out of it entirely. Not a big deal, of course. Nope. Too much slipping and sliding on the bottom row. Okay. You would think this is not that much to deal with, but everything does become quite demanding, quite rapidly. Nope. Once again, didn't account for the drag. I'll need to do a pickup on that ball just to get it out of the way and give myself more room. Okay. Push through this. And forward. Okay. Yeah, sure, dropping it like that is fine, except of course it totally confuses me with the animation of the ball dropping to the left, to the right rather. So let's say I've got SMB2 mushroom here and I just grab everything. Can I, in fact, live? I think I actually can if I just try to cheese it. It would be easier to visualize the cannonball's trajectories if they all shot left. Well, I mean, the ones that are shooting northwest are what create the platforming, right? It's like, yeah, I guess there are some that are going to the right as well, but it's not even that. It's just that you do have to play reactively on pretty short notice. Because I'm constantly watching my position, I can't really keep an eye on where the tracks are going next. And also that the stars can be quite surprising. In general, though, it's just the ceiling being very low that's giving me a bit of an issue. to do more crouch jumping. This is expert mode. It's not even super expert. And okay. But yeah, Supernova, I certainly hope your hypothetical ex-wife doesn't do to you in court what this level is doing to me. Okay, that's a really tight spacing. But it's mostly just getting past a star and a moon along that incline, if I do in fact manage to get a chain throw to bust a whole ceiling open. If they abbreviated Super Expert, yeah. Seems like something straight out of The Lion King. If you know what I'm talking about, like the long-rumored Easter egg of the artists making the grass spell Super Expert, as it were. That used to be just the biggest rumor back in the day. When it's one of those things that's just sort of become accepted as, I think, Disney common knowledge, regardless of whether it's true. I imagine they didn't keep it in the live-action remake. Which I did not bother with. But in general, I have a pretty dim view of the whole Disney live-action remake initiative. Okay, okay, chain throw got me into position. Yes, no, okay. Once again, just landed back on the star. Just... the stars... I'm thinking about the grass for some reason. But I think I know what you mean by the stars. Maybe we're talking about two very similar things. There were a lot of things floating around about The Lion King back in the day. But, it's possible I've just conflated the two stories and had them mixed up. Okay, we have to do this the standard way now. No. I don't see a good position to do that, because if I get all the way to the top, it doesn't buy me enough time. Field of the stars. I still don't have a method for that whole section. But I also haven't been getting back there consistently enough, that's the issue. It's because of all the incoming damage early on. And the really tight ceilings. Maybe not tight by precision player standards, but definitely just about the limit of what I can handle. Okay. Nope. Well, we're totally tanking the clear rate on this thing, but then anybody who tries in earnest to do the expert mode would do the same, I'm sure. Nope. Sometimes a little bit of an adjustment jump is enough to end everything. spell disaster. I mean, I'm pretty far from being able to do this, so not going to guarantee that I can close it out this stream. You just beat it first try. Yeah, I guess so. Seems like a Meng thing to do. You'd better leave some Meng art on the exit pipe to confirm that. You beat it first try, I'm sure you could do it twice. Seems like this would be a good level, actually, for a bit of a Meng comment card. But... okay. Let's get on to the... wow, nope. Yeah, those stars really just do come along and intercept you. Unbelievable that I'm still on this. I've been on this room for well over an hour now, I think. This actually turned out to be the hardest thing I've done today, considering that I got in a few clears prior to this, on levels that also seemed like they were taking me quite a while initially. Okay. Let's try to do the drop. I just don't know what the appropriate position is going to be. No. Total disaster. Wow. Because not only do you have to pluck your way down, you have to pluck a cannonball and then drop into the gap accurately without getting hit by cannonballs coming from the side. That can't be it. Like, the chain throw has to be the easier method. I think I'd rather take my chances with a chain throw now that I'm looking at the standard path a little more closely. I don't know how you're supposed to do it if you go up top. The thing is, Supernova, it doesn't even look that difficult from a technical perspective, right? It's just that there are tons of things that can throw you off. There's lots of room for mistakes. You should give it a spin. I can drop you to maker code if you don't, or to level code if you don't already have it. The standard part of the level is not bad at all. Something I probably would have sat at 5% or so by itself, if it were just being played by itself. I totally forgot to do the chain throw. That's going to be an issue, yeah. Let me just drop you to code quickly in case you don't have it. So yeah, this came out about a week ago from Megatoro. Let's not start over. Copied and saved for Saturday, I see. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot in this level that requires a little bit of planning, which I like. I like the sort of element of problem solving and route finding in levels like this one instead of having things spoon-fed to me. I mean, you see the coin indicators, but you really do have to find the right timing for those to be relevant. Okay, let's chain throw it. Good. Demolished everything up there, and now we need to dodge both the moon and a star, and every time I'm just going to run into star. I think I need to jump slightly earlier. Because, yeah, no, I see the mistake I'm making now. Is that I'm making a jump that looks like it should be getting over to star, but the screen scroll is pushing me into it. And so, I need to jump earlier to account for the fact that the screen scroll is going to give me a little bit of extra forward momentum that I did not expect. Okay, if I can fix that, then I'm in business. Because I was wondering why I was hitting the star every time, and that's the answer. Because I felt like, from a control perspective, that I was jumping well enough to dodge the star. But now that I'm looking at it carefully, yeah, I'm being pushed into it, and so I'll just try to do that a bit more accurately. Yeah, this is tricky. I think in a time that I have been working on this, I probably could have cleared something like Nugukaza's Cannonball P-Balloon Maze, which looked a lot harder and more precision-oriented than this, but is probably more generous. Okay, I need to get that throw a lot earlier. But yeah, throwing my way into the middle I think is correct. It's just that I'm missing the dodge that comes immediately afterwards. I don't think it's the intended solution. I think the intended path is probably to go up top and then drop your way back down, but that seems so much trickier. Okay. Nope, got slammed into that. So yeah, this level is probably going to be half the stream by the time I'm either finished with it or ready to bail. That's okay, like I said, when I run the catch-up stream, I'm usually just expecting like maybe 3 or 4 clears. And today we're at 3, so thanks to being a little bit ahead of the expected pace with some of the content earlier. Whoa. Nope. Thought it was so stylish, dodging the moon at the last minute. That did not go. Yeah, I mean, if I don't finish it today, it's actually a good candidate for what to do on Tuesday if we just decide to have the post-Nintendo Direct stream. Where it would be nice to just have something to grind away at so I can talk at the same time. But something completely different. This might wind up being the thing I do. For all I know. Okay. Alright, let's, Nope, same mistake. Just totally out of position because of the moon swiping its way down. I need to maybe not spend so much time on the edge and just try to get my way into the middle of that segment. I don't know if I'm able to, though. Because I'm looking at the pathway, the red pathway at that location, and things are not looking good. But yeah, this is in some ways very unexpectedly rough. Good thing I didn't try to push through this when I was doing this as the warm-up level last weekend. Didn't look nearly this bad. But you know, you win some, you lose some. And the other levels I played today went better than expected. Okay, we're going to miss the chain throw here. And yeah, if I had an SMB2 mushroom replenishment here, like I did in the main segment, that would be significantly easier. But then this is expert mode. I mean, I only really blundered through the main segment because I was able to survive long enough without the SMB2 mushroom to obtain a new one from time to time. Like, very sloppy there, so... The fact that it was a bit of a sloppy experience to get through that part of the level probably should have been a warning sign that expert mode is arguably going to be out of reach. Alright, let's get in here and see what we can do. Down it goes. Yeah, this pattern is still pretty sharp, pretty doable. Not always consistent on my side, but... Okay, let's get into the middle as soon as possible. Almost. That can't be right. I say we go up to the top track and just try to skip over the stars and try to cheese it. The way I was able to cheese it after losing the SMB2 mushroom previously, which let me cheese everything except the door. But if I get up on the top track and just get on top of the blaster as soon as possible. Like, we have to try that method. Because right now it does not look approachable any other way. Okay, get on top of here. Get on top of the blaster. Get on top of the blaster. Come on, let me go. No. No, it's not going to work. Wow. There is some kind of cheese defense going on that I'm not accounting for, which doesn't make sense to me because I was managing to get over that previously. But if we get up to the top sooner, that fast pattern that I was showing off just now, maybe I can, in fact, buy myself enough time to drop down to the middle. The way this level is apparently supposed to be played. Okay, let's try this once again. Nope. So yeah, I'm not going to be sticking with it too much longer, I think. We might have to admit defeat, at least for today, at some point. I was actually hoping to keep this a fairly short stream, and then totally failed the budget for just how badly this would go. Might need to study the video footage to find a better path in that last segment. I think it is at least partly an execution thing, though. And that is not so much what to do that is throwing me off here, but just having the accuracy to handle it. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't really even look that hard. Seems fairly roomy, not very precision oriented. Technique doesn't necessarily enforce a lot of demands. So yeah, look at this. You can totally go over. I don't know why I couldn't get over with the SMB2 mushroom, but that's clearly the way to do it. I think I have to try it again that way, and if I need to use the SMB2 high jump to get over to blaster, we'll do it like that. But... oh, I see what's going on. I was able to get over with the standard mushroom because I'm able to bounce on the cannonballs. If I'm not able to bounce, then I can't actually make the jump. And that's why I can't get over the blaster while I'm in SMB2 form, because I'm not actually getting any bounces. Again, that seems like something that the SMB2 high jump can fix, except the cannonballs are going to drag you over. Unless you go on top of one of the cannonballs that's just going vertically. In which case I may be able to make it. Nope. Yeah, this is getting pretty rough. Okay, Moon's gonna come down. I have a bit of a swipe here. All this stuff that I figured out so long ago that I'm not really even thinking about consciously. Nope. Whoa. What a dip. Yeah, I'm not going to go back into that pipe and get a standard clear. I haven't earned it yet. I feel like it's going to be expert clear or bust in this level. We'll just leave it uncleared as a mark of shame until we manage to do it the hard way. Okay. Doing things the hard way seems to be the playstyle on this channel from time to time. So, really do have to commit to that brand. Nope. The sploosh way, exactly. This has been unbelievably rough. And I'm really not even that close. Like, even if I get over that slope, I still have a bit of survival left to do before we even get to the drop at the end. That may be a sign that this is not happening today. Chain throw. Do it this way, dodge the star. No. That is a rough position, like you get zoned out of everything by the star coming out. If I can get under star but into a middle position somehow that is out of the way of the moon, that would be best, but the star position is not very cooperative. Okay, 1 second. Let's come back here. Chain throw. Get into the middle if I can. No, I just totally get zoned up by the ceiling there, so. I think that method's just not going to work. I have no space. No space whatsoever to jump or to move side to side. Like, I actually do have to get up top and drop back down in order to have any kind of safety margin. So, this looks like that's very thoroughly defended from the method that I've been trying out for far too long at this point. Yeah, I guess we'll just go up slope and try to do it the standard way again. Whoops. That's gonna go down. Now here's the star segment over here. Yeah, okay. Let's toss this to the left this time just to clear up some space. Nope. Wait, no, if you get on top of the cannons while they're still kind of to the left, I think it's possible to get all the way over into a safe position, even if you grab the star, especially if you're on top of the cannons and can do the SMB2 high jump. So, I'm going to take a few attempts to try it the cheesy way, just to see if it actually can be done. If we can get over the cannon, and get over the blaster rather, over to the cannon stack with SMB2 intact, then we just grab all the stars at the end and do it that way. Because currently I just don't see how else. The dodging is just much too tight otherwise. If we were trying to take it through the middle track the way the level seems to be encouraging me to do. I think we need to not hit that star for one thing. I'm not intentionally hitting that, it's just sometimes I need to make a last minute correction jump. And the stars are always just so inconveniently placed to make that difficult. Yeah, you see, let's just try to make a little bit of an adjustment so I don't run into the dip, and the star is going to parachute down at precisely the wrong moment. Nothing to see here but some good old traditional platforming. Okay. Maybe some not so old-fashioned murder. Nope. Very tight spacing there. Yeah, as you can see, getting to bounce what gets you over to blaster all the way over here. I think I'm going to call it. But at this point you need to grab the moon, and then yeah, I can't really have enough time to get under the stump without being crushed. Unfortunately, because that would have solved the stump issue. If you could displace it somehow or sneak under it ahead of time. One more attempt. One more decent attempt, however I choose to define it, in order to fudge whatever it is I actually want to do. Okay. Yeah, let's get across over here. Let's see if we can get the pattern down. Okay. Okay, that's going well. Nope. I needed to rest there a little bit longer with SMB2, but the thing is, yeah, by that time I think I'm carried a little too far to the left, so that seems actually pretty robustly cheese-proof. But scrambling quickly up the steps into a good central position seems key. Totally scratch what I said about one more attempt, by the way. I want to try things now, you see. And so that's just going to prolong the agony. This level is legitimately tons of fun, otherwise I would not be on it for quite so long. But yeah, expert mode is not kidding around. Yep, still a little bit to go. I mean, I don't even know what the pathway looks like when you survive in the middle section going into the moon activation at the very end, so I don't really feel even that close. It'd just be nice to find any kind of progression whatsoever past that upward slope, though. Because that's the part we've been stuck at for ages and ages by now. Okay, no, that was a terrible throw. One more try translates to 1 more hour. I'm the Supernova. I don't know if you've ever played any of Sid Meier's Civilization. Noted for the motto, 1 more turn. Usually that winds up being 1 more day. Okay. Anyway, let's get in here. No. I really do need to get rid of that cannonball or I get constrained. I am the Supernova, Sid Meier's Civilization. Don't tell me you don't know it. I guess if you're not somebody who plays on PC at all, then maybe not, but just one of... Actually, it is the great long-running strategy series on PC. I actually can't believe you haven't played it. The newest one is on Switch, in fact, and I do play it on Switch. It has a bit of a learning curve if you've never played that style of game before, but then the more you play it, the more you realize it's actually very simplified in some ways. No, I mean, that's the series that is like most associated with the saying 1 more turn. For reasons that become very obvious if you get into it even casually. And seriously though, it's like the equivalent of like never having heard of Tetris, but that's okay. First time for everybody. Whoa. Yeah, looking at the pattern here, this is not going to go anytime soon. Momentarily saying I think hours is probably being generous. At least the way I play. My fault, I guess, for picking large maps. Yeah, luckily the main part of the level that gets you over to the hard mode Coda doesn't take too long to sort out. Although I did it very messily. Yeah, I know I could have gone back through the pipe to get the clear, but I'm not doing that until I've earned it the hard way. I wonder if there are any comments to that effect, although I would imagine many of them are in Japanese. I need to point my translation engine at some of this. Oh, Miss Yarrow got the clear here. And Looney. I know Looney records a lot of this stuff. I wonder if Looney actually tried hard mode at the end. Because Looney also records tons of stuff on YouTube. And yeah. A lot of clear required, and I guess we should have gotten to clear after all. Oh well. I don't see any Mang Art. I think Mang Arts also has to. wait for the hard mode clear. I mean, I, technically beat the first section, but only by crashing through it and getting additional mushrooms, so. Yeah, so I might go back to this one at some point, possibly even for the post-direct stream so I can talk about something and grind it out. In the meantime, though, we are going to call it and send you off to a raid somewhere. The schedule, as usual, is going to be viewer levels this weekend. But then we're potentially going to change it up to plan around the E3 Nintendo Direct next week. So instead of the puzzle stream, we might do a stream a day later just to account for that. Like I said, it might be grinding through stuff in Mario Maker. It might be something completely different depending on how I feel about the subject matter at a time. So, thank you for joining me for so long and bearing through that. Like I said, it was tons of fun. I'm going to be sending off everybody on a raid very shortly. We'll send you to something interesting. Whether or not you're able to stay, do take care of yourselves. Thanks for watching. Have a good morning or whatever else. The usual. Have a good day. And fare thee well.